The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does stop, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone. Happy Tuesday to those in television land. Happy Tuesday to our silent supporters. Happy Tuesday to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much as usual for tuning in. Really appreciate each and every one. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. A special shout out to all our channel members and also to all our moderators. Tonight's topic is Robbery in Plain Sight with your host, Mystic Sensation, comprising of Baron and Anne-Marie. We also have Pink Skew Green, Melting Pot, and we will be joined shortly by Mr. Rattigan. Let me quickly welcome those in the chat. Merlin Clark, Beverly Edward, Don Mel, Jerry Sadler, Beverly, Doris McCoy, my mother, Carlton Grandison, Patel Cruikshank, Rennie Swaby, Sonia Ellis, Maureen Vassell, Wilbert Cameron, Leonie Denton, Bernal James, Annette Forbes, CJ McCarthy, Iceland Fairweather, Wilbert Keith Matthews, Lena Miles, Bless Up Yourself, Rafe One, our channel member, Gloria Swaby, Rosalie Ricketts. Welcome, and welcome to those who are also joining in momentarily. Without any delay, I am going to hand over to Baron. But before we do, we are going to tune into the debate as soon as it starts. We're going to switch over to the debate when it starts. Douglas, bless up yourself. Welcome.
All right.
Baron can take over.
Thank you for that, wife, for that usual wonderful precursor. Tonight, my Jamaican people, of course, we are going to get into a deep dive investigation, right, as it relates to the old school bus. And my Jamaican people, we're having more problems, and we are going to reveal some shocking information to our Jamaican people. So guess what? Stay on the edge of your seat tonight. Stick on the edge of your seat tonight, because we are going to definitely deliver the verdict as it relates to prosecuting Daryl Vaz tonight and Andrew Holness, and as a matter of fact, the entire Jamaica Labour Party cabinet. We'll be rolling out those evidence in a chronological sequence so that people can understand. And trust me, Jamaican people, it is going to be bombshell, punch after punch. No matter what Daryl Vaz stated, or any other member of the Jamaica Labour Party who tried to protect and shield Daryl Vaz, what we are going to reveal tonight, right, will show our Jamaican people that Daryl Vaz cannot be shielded. Daryl Vaz, after the Jamaica Labour Party administration, Daryl Vaz is going to be charged. People, I want you to listen to what I'm saying. When I finish tonight, after the Jamaica Labour Party administration, because we know that we are going to vote them out, and what I'm going to deliver tonight, right, people, again, right, is going to use this, right, definitely to vote out Daryl Vaz, right, because we are going to bring the clear evidence. And as I said, there's nothing can save Daryl Vaz based on the evidence that we are going to present tonight, right? And so to make everyone see, look at the evidence, hear the evidence, and yes, we are going to prosecute him tonight. Now, before we do that, we know very well that the People's National Party, right, is preparing to take on the new government. And I'm telling you, as it relates to the People's National Party manifesto, right, solid as it relates to effective social programs, right? And these programs are going to deliver progress for the Jamaican people. And this is the reason why the People's National Party has to take over the helm of government, right, to lead us into that progress. Having said that, we are going to just go through two clips to show Jamaicans in general, home and abroad, as it relates to the reason why we need this administration, the PNP administration, in power, right, to deliver the progress for us, right? And believe you me, they are excellent programs. So without any delay, before we get into the heat of tonight's show, let us just quickly run through, right, some of the goodies in the manifesto. But before we do that, let us meet and greet, right? Of course, Lady Spinks, let me move the platform to you so you can meet and greet your people. Go ahead.
Nope. Oops.
Oh, sorry.
Hearing you.
Keep touching the mute button. All right. Yeah. Good night, Lady Anne Marie, Uncle Byron, Milton Potts, and Radigan, who will soon be here. Good night to Comrade Leader, Chairman, Chairwoman, Gen 6, candidates, and our blood and fire comrades, and who are coming out to vote on election day. And I would like to remind my Jamaican voters that we have two elections normally, two different days for elections. Friday, this Friday is our first election day for our election workers, UJ workers, as well as police and military coming out to vote on this Friday, August 29th. And next week, Wednesday, is our day for the rest of the population of Jamaica to vote, including the candidates. And remember to put your X beside the head. I yield.
All right. Yes, Martin Pat, take the space.
Good night and greetings to everyone tuning in tonight to the Mystic Sensation Live. As usual, we are here once again Tuesday night to bring to you what's happening in the grip as it relates to the government and how they are, behaving in an inappropriate. First, I would like to take the pleasure acknowledge our panelists tonight, Lady Pinkskew, Uncle Byron, the man who you know say him are the host for the show, and Lady Anne Marie, our technical director as usual. And I must also extend greetings to Rotterdam who be in the place. But more so greetings to everyone who's out there tuning in tonight. I want to big up the people them, from in the 2 Mile region, Walton Park as usual. Yeah, Payne Avenue, yeah, Greenwich Farm, Whitfield Town, yeah, places like Crescent Road, Union Garden, Delacree Park, Norman Lane, Kid Lane, Harvey Road, Pucan Lane, Bowens Road. Big up on yourself. Yeah, man, because you know, say, blood and fire come with time. And you know, say, Wednesday are the big day. Wednesday coming. Next week are the big day when everybody supposed to go out and exercise them rights as it relates to the vote. So, once again, enough respect, my comrade. Over to you, Sir Byron.
Thank you, Melting Pot. Without any hesitation, let us get into clippings of the People's National Party manifesto. All right, let us go to video 1 and then video 2.
A platform of programs for the Jamaican people is rooted in the struggles and the voices of the Jamaican people. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Party Leader, and good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, and those who are watching. I think it's important to explain to the country how the commitments that we have made are going to be funded. There are questions that have been asked of that. And I first want to start off by reaffirming the People's National Party's commitment to fiscal responsibility and prudent management of the economy. And I want to go back a little because I believe a historical perspective is important to look at what we did when we were last at the wicket. When we inherited the economy in 2012, the country was on the precipice of economic collapse. The last JLP administration from 2007 to 2011 had failed the last 3 IMF tests. In fact, they didn't even take the tests. Jamaica faced a significant trust deficit where our international partners simply didn't believe that we were capable of being responsible. When we inherited the economy in 2012 under the leadership of the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller as Prime Minister and Dr. Peter Phillips as Minister of Finance, we had to undertake significant work, heavy lifting to reestablish Jamaica's credibility with our international partners. What did we do? We enhanced and strengthened the fiscal rules, and we legislated, and I want to emphasize this, we legislated the debt to GDP projection so that we could get to 60% by 2028. And the reason I'm saying this, it is important to understand that whether it was a PMP, JLP, or NEP, it was a requirement for the government to follow the downward trajectory in our debt to GDP. So we were the ones who, having enhanced, ensured the country from the precipice, we are committed to continuing that responsibility. Now, questions have been asked about how will we fund these commitments. In the current fiscal policy paper, which is a document that accompanies the budget and it's tabled in March, the government's own projections for the next 3 years is that we will have an increase in government revenues of $140 billion over a 3-year period. And that is based on their projection of a growth rate of just 1%. But we intend to grow the economy by more than 1%. But this 140 billion is their projection. And I want to go back a little in emphasizing our commitment to fiscal responsibility. We have no intention of imposing any new taxes to fund the commitments that we have made. So in addition to the organic revenue growth, which is based on the government's projections, the way our budget is structured, of the $1.3 trillion, there's an element for debt repayment, there's an element for wages and salaries, and then there's $360 billion, which is allocated to programs. Now, our programs and our priorities are different from the JLP's programs and priorities. And as such, we are going to place the things that we consider to be critical to improving the quality of life of all Jamaicans at the forefront of our priorities. So between the organic revenue growth, between the existing envelope that exists in the budget, our commitments can be funded. Now, last night, our party leader and opposition leader made a commitment that we would raise the income tax threshold to $3.5 million. The Labour Party has proposed reducing the income tax rate from 25 to 15%. I want to indicate how our proposal is a more equitable one, a more just one, and one which impacts a broader cross-section of individuals. Why? Because it will put more money in the pockets of those who are earning less. And by doing so, those individuals have a higher propensity to consume. So some of those funds which will go into their pockets will be spent back into the economy, and the government will benefit through indirect taxes like GCT. So we expect that what we are proposing will in fact help and support the growth that we are projecting for the economy, while being consistent with our principles of equity, fairness, and justice. So to reiterate, we will fund the commitments that have been made within the existing envelope of the budget, including the projections for growth, without any need to impose any new taxes or burdens on the Jamaican people. In fact, we committed to removing the tax on overtime so that we could put more money in the pockets of those soldiers, policemen, security guards, people who work in our hospitality sector, again, so that it eases the cost of living and gives them an opportunity to spend more on themselves and their families.
All right, well done. Well done, Jamaica. So the reason for me to show this is to show you that the People's National Party just doesn't only just putting out social programs. They are explaining the costing factor of that, telling you how it is going to be paid for, right? So then when you listen to the costing factor, it makes much sense, right? Here one just explained that they're going to do this and do that. And I mean, how are we going to pay? How are we going to afford to do that? The People's National Party explained that as it relates to the costing factor. And that is very, very effective. Now let us look on clip number 2 as it relates to the People's National Party manifesto. Clip number 2, and then we move on.
With your permission, I want to address a question which has been asked and which has been very concerning to me, and that is, why does the PNP talk so much about corruption? There are people who feel that we shouldn't be speaking about it, and that bothers me, because that means that it is being normalized more and more in our society. I want to remind you that Mr. Seaga, who is now the president of the PSOJ, who said in 2019 that corruption actually cost us 5% of GDP. He said it cost us over $735 million US annually. And if we deal with issues like that, these programs which we speak about, they are self-funding. So when we are talking about corruption, we are not only saying that a leader leads the country's moral compass, sets the value and the tone for every member of the society, but that in actual real terms, 5% of GDP is a significant amount which we can put to programs which can grow our economy and, more importantly, grow our people who will then be contributing to growing our economy.
Thank you so.
All right. Now, that clip is very, very important as it relates to, you know, what we are doing now in terms of battling corruption. Because, of course, corruption is going to rob us from social programs that is going to elevate the country. So that is very important that we target corruption. Because just imagine, my Jamaican people, in terms of what we are dealing with here as it relates to Andrew Holness kleptocratic governance. What we are dealing with here, let us talk and reason. We are dealing with $3 trillion unaccounted for, right? Cannot be explained as it relates to the missing amount, right? Might be all of that may not be theft, but the fact of the matter, right, to the fact that we cannot give an account for $3 trillion as a result of the failure in administration. Procurement rules and guidelines have not been followed. Nepotism and cronyism, right, is the order of the day that results in the $3 trillion not being accounted for. And what that does, it robs us from social programs that can be implemented to help the society. So this is a very serious thing that we are going to deal with. Now, let me just go around, give the panel, right, 4 minutes to express on the two clips, and then we move on into the investigation piece, because as I said, tonight is going to be very, very serious. We are going to bring about the evidence that definitely prosecute Daryl Vaz, Andrew Holness, and the entire cabinet. We have the evidence. And guess what? They cannot, these evidence that we are going to present, the Jamaica Labour Party cannot oppose them. They are solid evidence. Now, so opening batsman, take it away and, you know, speak on the two clips that have been presented as it relates to the People's National Party manifesto and the casting of that in terms of the People's National Party explaining the casting process. Go ahead, sir.
The People's National Party manifesto is one that will benefit every single Jamaican, because it's a manifesto that incorporates social life and work. And it's a manifesto that is there to, you know, re-energize our economy, where people can find themselves back into work and the country economy can start to rise again. But first, I must also look at the other side as it relates to the corruption side of things and why the People's National Party is the party to take Jamaica forward. I'm representing among the Jamaica Labour Party, yeah, as it relates to Prime Minister Andrew Holness and the 48 other member of cabinet to normalize corruption and criminality as a root activity, because we've seen it. And if we look back to the period of the Bruce Golding administration, which Andrew Holness was a part, and tie that to the current administration that Andrew Holness is the leader, we find that between the two periods of time, Jamaica has lost $6 trillion, 314 billion, 200 million to corruption, nepotism, and cronyism as it relates to government, you know, awarding contract that has not been tendered, and also awarding contract to people who are not qualified. And so that, you know, cast a dark cloud over the appropriation of the fund and the access as it relates to misappropriation to the use of taxpayers' money. So when you look at a setback of 6,314,200,000,000, that's a whole heap of money over Jamaica that we don't get the benefit, taxpayers don't get the benefit of that sums of money that I'm speaking of, Because corruption does not enhance growth. Corruption take away from growth. And growth is what people rely on to excel in their life in any country that they live. If your economy is not growing by at least 2 or 3%, then you are just as stagnated as the economy in your life. And so what we have seen this Jamaica Labour Party has done to Jamaica economy is to drop it on its face, not on its back, on its face. Because if it drop on its back, it will have a chance to look up, but it don't on its face, it dead. So, them can't do not more to enhance Jamaicans' future as it real to Jamaican having a life in Jamaica. So you have to look elsewhere to get that type of leadership. And within Mark Golding and the People's National Party, I am a certainty based on the manifesto that is out there that Jamaican will benefit and benefit immensely. And I yield back the floor.
Thank you, Melting Pot. Sister Pink, squeeze in right away.
Yes, Uncle Byron, thank you for having me here again tonight. Let's talk about fiscal mismanagement of the GLP. We have seen the comparisons made by Julian Robinson a while ago between the GLP and the PNP, and we know who is responsible and who is irresponsible. Now, one of the things I have yet to hear from one of our speakers, and it may fall in it may be one of the issues that has fallen in under the 3 trillion that is unaccounted for, and it is the fiscal report of the SOE. From day one, when the GLP issued these SOEs or GOSOs, I
Yeah.
kept asking, how much does one of these is the situation cost? What's the cost? Because the tents are rented, the barriers are rented, the cones are rented, the chairs are rented, the tables are rented, and the portable potties are rented. And yet we have not seen anything mentioned in the budget speech regarding the cost for the SOEs. So I would like the GLP to come out and let us know because what happens is that when we get into power, we will need to find where the expenditure for these SOEs comes from. Now, when I look at the merchant class of Jamaica, which is basically the Chinese and the Indian community in Jamaica who come here to do business as merchants, I can tell you this. I can tell anybody this. From last year, after the local government, they have shut down. They are cautious in how they spend their money. And if the merchants in this country stop spending their money, there's going to be a shortage of money in Jamaica. And everything is stagnant economically from last year, February. It has gotten that bad. Because guess what happened? When we see the JLP candidate issuing threats from their podium and their different platforms, the merchants who are naturalized Jamaicans, unlike us, feel threatened and are less willing to spend the money that they have or invest in Jamaica. And it's a turn off to future Jamaicans. That is why everyone right now is nervous in Jamaica. Everybody who has a project or intend to spend or intend to invest are waiting on the elections from last year. They have been waiting on the general election. So this government, GLP, through its own actions, has caused us to have a stagnant economic situation right now in Jamaica. And when we think of the corruption, how much it costs us daily, every bribe taken, every bribe given, it has different partners, and everyone must take responsibility in participation in corruption, whether you're a government member or a citizen of Jamaica. And I yield the floor, Uncle Byron, to you. Uncle Byron,
Yes.
I yield to you.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. No, you were distracted by Radigan coming over.
Yes, Brother Radigan, you're in this space. Let me just give you the opportunity to meet and greet your people, sir. All right.
Good evening, everyone. Melting Pot, big up yourself. Pinks, stay so. Lord Byron, Lady Anne Marie, and all of the family and crew and neighbors and friends and everybody tune in tonight. It's going to be hot tonight. And just a reminder that tomorrow we'll be on Come Raise with Ratigan. But then on Saturday, you have to tune in, people, because it's not a 5-hour show Saturday. It's a 7-hour show. Kevin give me him 2 hours. I will switch times with Kevin. So we're going to spend a great deal of time to talk about corruption and a whole bunch of people. Some you won't, so I'm guaranteed there's one person I can think of that mostly you're not thinking about this person involved in any kind of shenanigans, but we've done a background on this person and we're going to present it to you and let you be the judge. So happy to be here. Looking forward to the conversation.
All right. Blessings, Brother Ratigan. Now we are going to start, right, the bangarang after bangarang. And I want people to pay attention in terms of, what we are doing tonight, right? We are going to bring about the evidence in a very detailed way, in a chronological way, right? So that people fully understand what we are dealing with. Now, let us begin as it relates to get into the introduction, right? Oral Wallace. And we are going to show first what we want to do. We want to show the level of partiality as it relates to NNN based on the debate that transpired. But it is not about just the debate. The debate as it relates to Colonel Charles and what Colonel Charles had said on the debate not only put Colonel Charles right in a bind, but put the entire Jamaica Labour Party in a conundrum in terms of what Colonel Charles had communicated, which is very serious. That is now going to tie Daryl Vaz to a situation and tie the cabinet, the JP cabinet, to a situation. So it is not that, as it relates to Colonel Charles Jr., right, feel miserably on the debate, but he had opened new cans of worms that we are going to dig into. Tonight is very serious as a result of what he said, and we are going to dig into that. Now, let us go to the first clip. Oral Wallace 2, JLP triumph in debate. Let us listen to the partiality of
the first debate of 3 for the September 23 general elections. It was on social issues, and we're going to go straight to the analysis that you want to hear. From where I sit, what I saw, Matthew Samuda, the Minister of Water, Job Creation, and the Member of Parliament for North East Sentan arrived on the national political stage this evening as one to watch for the future. He is leadership material. He was commanding, he was self-assured, he was coherent, logical, and devastating in his responses. He, to me, was the star of the debate this evening,
Take him away.
without doubt. I would agree with that.
Take him away. All right, Mr. Cliff Hughes, we are going to debunk you tonight. Of course, what I will give to Matthew Samuda, that he was concise, but does concise being clear in terms of a pronouncement, right, would allow you to win the debate? No. What Matthew Samuda missing is the situation of being precise. So one can be concise, clear in what they are discussing, and we hear that clearly. However, the information that you are projecting, is it true? 100% false. And so then while Matthew Samuda is concise, Mystic Sensation is going to show you that Matthew Samuda was not precise with the data that he had distributed. Now, listen to this. Let us go to the next clip in terms of another assessment. Tonight is going to be very interesting, my people.
Well, for me this evening, the clear winner of the debate was the People's National Party. I think Matthew Samuda was extremely strong, sturdy hand. He needed 2 other team members. They just didn't show up tonight. I think on style, rebuttal, presence, and all of the other matters that are supposed to come to a debate like this, the People's National Party, they brought it. I will do fact check on the issues, but in an age where there are so many bits of information that is told that is not true, you have to ensure that you go for the jugular, you're present and you're on the ball with the responses. And I think that really came for the GLP only from Matthew Samuda. He was 2 people short this evening. Let's again next.
What Emily Shield had spoken that in the age of technology, right, and she is going to do fact check. Now, Emily Shields, let me do the fact check for you. And as it relates to you and Big Mama, right, saying that Matthew Samuda, right, was very strong, right, as he articulate, right, himself, we are going to show you that the information that he presented was not true. And so then, Matthew Samuda, along with the other 2, failed miserable for misinformation and disinformation. Fact number 1. Let us go into the facts. Yes. Let us look at the facts. So we are going to fact check. Let us deal as it relates to what Matthew Samuda claims.
But lest we forget, the PNP has no credibility in the management of the health sector.
Yes.
On the fence and for every single Jamaican watching this debate tonight suffered the effects of the failure in health sector management. Lest we forget that the then leader of the JMDA, your current spokesperson of the ministry related to health, said it was the worst management he had seen. He said doctors were using garbage bags. So people died because of the PNP's failure. Lest we forget.
Thank you.
Okay, let us take it away. So Matthew Samuda narrative coin on the information that under the People's National Party, right, they are dealt with healthcare, right, in a terrible way. And so then, under the Jamaica Labour Party, right, they administered healthcare, right, better than the People's National Party, and pointing out Chick V. Now we are going to show Matthew Samuda the truth about Chick V. Let us get into that document to now debunk Matthew Samuda. Let us get into the JIS, Jamaica Information Service, as it relates to the Chick V that Matthew Samuda is critiquing the PNP on. Now look, people, here it is. This is Jamaica Information Center. Of the 14 deaths suspected of Chick V, two Matthew Samuda have been confirmed. But let me just, play the card with you tonight and give you the 14 deaths for Chick V. So I'm going to give you the 14 deaths for the Chick V. Now the Ministry of Health is reporting that of the notification of 14 deaths suspected to be related to chikungunya, 2 of those have so far been confirmed as having had the virus. So then, Matthew Samuda, I am going to try to support you. I am going to give you the 14 deaths, right, as it relates to Chick V, although it was 2 that confirmed to have the virus. But I want to be balanced, fair, and have transparency. Now, let us go to how the Jamaica Labour Party deal with health care under their authority. Let us go to the Jamaica Observer. So we are now bringing it now to you now, Matthew Samuda, as it relates to which of the parties, which of the 2 parties, right, deal with health care effectively. Now, Matthew Samuda, he did not remember this. Health authorities meet over 24 reported deaths of babies at Victoria Jubilee Hospital. Now, at 24 deaths that Matthew Samuda. Cliff News, this is 24 deaths. MPs, this is 24 deaths. We are giving Matthew Samuda 14. So you have seen where under the Jamaica Labour Party administration, right, the reckless behavior of the administration. Let us read in detail. Let us read in detail. Kingston, Jamaica health authorities are now meeting to assess his reports of death of 24 babies at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital in Kingston since June 1, 2025. The Southeast Regional Health Authority, Seaga, confirmed to Observer Online on Thursday that a high-level meeting is under the way, but declined to provide future details at the time, further details at the time, sorry. Victoria Jubilee Hospital is the largest maternity hospital in the English-speaking Caribbean and has faced scrutiny in the past. Now, what is now, Matthew Samuda? In 2022, remember, we gave you the 14 as it relates to chikungunya. 12 babies died as a result of bacterial outbreak at the medical facility. You didn't remember this, Matthew Samuda. Let us read on. The outbreak, which was discovered in July of that year, saw 7 babies dying at the end of that month. 2 died in August, another 2 in September, and 1 in October. Authors said a formal statement will be released following the completion of the current assessment. Take that away. So then, when we talk about the evidence of Matthew Samuda being precise, being clear in his presentation, it doesn't mean that Matthew Samuda was precise. Now I'm going to break a bit, give the panel 4 minutes to comment on this because where we are going next, tell Jamaica and tell the world, say bangara, conundrum, disaster, hurricane, storm will proceed after I allow the panel to answer this. As I said, we will proceed next. People need to share out this. Follow me. Make them know say what we are going to reveal tonight is bangara, hit after hit. Now, let me allow the open batsman to take the crease. Go ahead, Mr. Melting Pot, as it relates to what we have presented.
Thank you, Sir Byron. Well, hearing what Matthew Samuda, remarks was all about the PMP mismanagement of the health sector, yeah, and claiming that the doctors were dressed in garbage bag and all these narrative. But as it relates to him saying that the PMP mismanaged the health sector, I want Matthew Samuda to know that under the GLP, right, we have seen where the health sector has been breaking to the point of no return, basically. There's a complete breakdown in the health sector. Because when you look at the 24 death in June 2025, when you look at other related matters concerning Jamaica being issued with a level 4 travel advisory as it relates to health, we have never seen that under the previous administration. So this just goes to show you that a more devastating deterioration in the health sector under the Jamaica Labour Party. Because there is no bed, there's no monogram, there's no ventilation, there's absolutely nothing, there's no medication. People have to be relying on buying cardboard to have a makeshift bed for them to get a rest when they're at the hospital. You see the ceiling in the KPH falling down on an old man on his bed, water coming from the ceiling, pans all over the floor, window in a dilapidated state. When you look, it's a pile up of, hospital, bedding and all these things. And, it looked deplorable. And we have seen where patients from abroad can't even get toilet tissue. There's a circumstance in Montego Bay at the airport where a gentleman sadly lost his life because there was no ambulance. You understand? And all these things are bad. And when you look, you see pregnant mother dying childbirth. And so we know for a fact that under the Labour Party, the health sector has been neglected. And that's just one for a better phrase. Because money has been chopped left, right, and center. Right? We see where people get contracts that are not qualified. We look at Cornwall Regional Hospital that take up the whole 2 span of their time in office. Right? And billions of dollars unaccounted for. And that is a result why Jamaica get a level 4 travel advisory. Because there was no money, no attention paid to the health sector. People were just having a field day using the health sector to fuel the money. And I yield back the floor. Yes, Sir Byron. I yield.
Speak straight away.
Okay, Uncle Byron, thank you again. Matthew Samuda answered the 10th question in that debate, and that was the 10th question there on Saturday. And Matthew is articulate in saying lies. That is all I can say about Matthew Samuda. And I will grade his performance in that debate as 3 over 10. You understand me? And the fact checking of Matthew is obvious. He was lying because that's all we heard from the JLP team on Saturday is lies and promises, misinformation, and everything that is negative. Now, if you're in government, why are you coming here with promises? The fact that they came to the debate without a published manifesto proves to us how informed they are, how unprepared they are to run this country for a third term. Because how can you enter debate without a manifesto? The manifestos from both teams should be presented to the public before the debate, because it is at the debate, these debates, where we discuss the issues and the policies and the plans of the presentations of these manifestos. So the fact that they came to the debate without their manifesto proves that they are unprepared to run this country. And the other point I would like to make regarding Matthew Samuel, let me remind him about something else. This GLP government owes the morgue the highest money ever. In the first time in Jamaica, I have witnessed morgue owners refusing to take any more dead bodies and striking out against this government. I have not forgotten that incident, Matthew Samuda. And you have no right to call our comrade purposes name in your mouth after what happened with our dead babies, prenatal babies this early this year. And I yield the floor to you, Uncle
All
Byron.
right. Before I bring in Rotterdam, my Jamaican people, I'm going to put up a document. And this document I'm going to put up. Let me say to you, my Jamaican people, we have investigated it, and we know that these situations are false. And for people who are using it, right, to seek attention, it is wrong. It is ultimately wrong. These information as it relates to, right, saying that the Jamaica Labour Party putting out information and speaking out people in terms of vloggers and blah, blah, blah. Let me say this to you. I'm going to say it categorically clear that we have investigated it, right? Many of these who speak of persons who, right, vloggers who are speaking against the GLP, it is a lie from the pit of hell. We're going to put up another document and show Jamaica what is going on. And these people need to stop it. At the end of the day, we have to be credible with the information that we are putting out. Because you know the reason why credibility matters. And it cannot be circulating these documents. Right? We know when we put up document, we have facts. I'm going to show you, Jamaica, what we are talking about. Now share this. Look at this document. Press release. Press release. If you notice, right, it doesn't have the GLP letterhead. Right? And these people are nincompoops who are doing this. But we put out information. We are not going to derail, right, when we are putting out the truth. And for persons who believe in that they are vlogging, right, and giving Jamaica Labour Party, right, to say that, okay, these are lies. We are not going to fall into this. Now, so listen to this, people. August 25, 2025, press release, right, doesn't have the Jamaica Labour Party administrative head on it. It's not properly punctuated. Not properly punctuated, not properly constructed. Here is this. August 25, 2025. I have been lately notified of misleading comments made on a YouTube platform, Make We Talk, with Jeffrey Tavares. Mr. Tavares had made serious allegations surrounding the rural school bus program, saying, and I quote, Daryl Vaz must be Daryl Vaz, yes. Daryl Vaz must be put in an orange suit and go to prison for his crime against the people of Jamaica. Also saying that I had stolen money from people by way of concealing documents and lying to the public. Right? I take my service to this nation seriously, and I have the utmost respect for all Jamaicans. These individuals are hell-bent on bringing down the government by coming up with false comments. I will be instructing my attorneys to seek legal action against Mr. Tavares. Daryl Vaz. Hey, let me tell you something. I'm gonna cut the fuckery. We are credible people around here. Cut the bullshit. No. And don't listen to me. Don't use my platform to believe that my platform is going to disseminate that information there. Mystic Sensation, let me tell you something. I'm a certified investigator. So then my license can be in problem. I'm a certified investigator. Don't come with no bullshit around yourself. But those who are creating mischief, let me say this, Jamaica. This situation and information has not been coming from the Jamaica Labour Party. It is bullshit. I want to stop it. When we are dealing with our investigation, we don't play around ourselves. And let me tell you something, nobody saying anything to me. You know. And believe, look, we are really investigating. We don't fear. And we don't tell lies. And we don't propagandize. And we don't look views. This is serious time. Serious shitting time. So for people who don't like some views after that, don't bring it on Mystic Sensation. I warn you. The next time it happens, we just go expose you know. All right? I want to know. Don't say anything to me. All right. Let us go. Let us just make Brother Rattigan come in, and then we deal with get to the debate. Yeah, bullshit.
Desperate time. Desperate times, brother. The person who that document you just showed, I have a pretty good idea who drafted that.
Me too. Me too.
I have a pretty good idea who drafted
Me
it.
too. They think we're stupid, you know.
Yeah, well, we'll just let it slide. No, getting to Mr. Matthew Samuda. Nothing against the PNP, but I tell you, I wish I was on the stage because I would have liked to haul him up. Because here's the thing: in 2016, the JLP said, "Forget about what the PNP did, because they're useless, and we're going to take over and we're going to fix the problem." So there should not be an argument almost 10 years later to saying that you point backwards. You're supposed to point now and going forward. And on page 21 of their manifesto in 2016, you know what they said? They said, health will take center stage. They said that. And by the way, if you just want them to know, say, we go through all of the manifestos, them know, and we can show the people them say, all them do, them regurgitate the old promises. Them are promises from 2016. I can show them. I can show them many promises from 2016 that went to 2020, and now we see it in 2020, 2025. Promises. Lots of them. I can show them that. Now, we go through all of them. See them right, that's all. Now the papers, we go through all of them. But they say that it will take center stage, so that should be the end of the argument regarding PNP. It's like our thing now. We take it over. We already convinced the people, so them couldn't manage the medical affairs, the health affairs of the country, and so now we have taken it over. And so now we should be looking at performance of this government. We should be looking at the performance. We should be looking also at the promises. And to add a little bit to what Melting Pot said with the travel advisory, there's one person in Jamaica who knows more about the health situation than all of them combined. He knows it better than Tufton and his whole staff. He knows it better than Matthew Samuel, the Prime Minister. That person is the regional medical officer at the U.S. Embassy. That's his job, to know everything about everything going on as far as medicine and the health-related fields are concerned. And what did he do? He issued, you see that travel advisor with the health part? He make that happen, you know. He's the one who make that happen. And said, no, the health conditions here, it's terrible. And in fact, if you read the travel advisory people, you'll see for yourself. You don't have to take my word. You don't have to take Melting Pot's word. Just go look at the in fact, the new travel advisory where they have Jamaica tattoo, go read it, because the health part of it hasn't changed. Go back and read the health part. Essentially, it says, we are telling you Americans, if you don't have to go to Jamaica, don't go. Because if you go and you get sick, there's a good chance that you're not going to get the health care that you're used to in America. And if that is the case, we're not paying for you. We're not paying for airlifting you. And airlifting you can cost up to $50,000 to airlift you out of Jamaica to Miami. And we're not paying for it. No, you couldn't have a more stark message than that. You couldn't. So when Mr. Matthew Samuda showed up and started talking about health, I started laughing, because you know what he should be talking about? He should be talking about water. Because I can take him back to 2016, I can take him back to 2020, and I can take him now to 2025 and show the same promises that they made in 2016, that they made them in 2020, and now they're still making them in 2025 regarding water, which is life. Water is life. So as far as I'm concerned, it was much ado about nothing. Now, granted, his presence was commanding, but his information was false.
Exactly. All right. You finished, Brother Ratty?
Yes, sir.
Well, Brother Ratty, listen. Where we are going from here, bangarang after bangarang, punch after punch, right? And that is who we are. Real investigators. We're not propagandists. So everything that we are going to speak about Daryl Vaz, no. Right?
Yeah.
Yay! To them a pom next time.
Properly investigated, and we are going to deliver the indictment. Now, let us begin with that. Before we get into that, we are going to show situation as it relates to, right, the condition of the bus. That they shouldn't have come to Jamaica. What Daryl Vaz has done is really serious, extremely serious. And let me say this. Daryl Vaz, I am telling you plain, you are not going to get away with this. We are going to hold you liable and responsible for what you have done to Jamaica. And so then, we are going to dig in to what you have done. Now, let us show the people that these buses should be here. Now, without any delay, let us get into the first clip, right? Because bangarang tonight, serious situation tonight. You don't play around here, right? Now, look at these people.
Me not drive it. No mirror on the bus. No mirror. How the hell me to drive it in a peak hours for a Friday evening? Peak hours for a Friday evening. How the hell can I drive it for a Friday evening? From Wharf to Linder Road. You see how much experience I have. I'm not taking in that chance. No mirror on the bus. No mirror. No mirror. No mirror on the bus. How me to drive it on a Friday evening? We go to Linder Road. No mirror. What is it? Me not drive it.
Take it away on him. Not drive it. No mirror. Let us hear how the People's National Party responding to the to this bus situation. Mr. People tonight, a serious bangarang. Watch this. Watch this. We're gonna play around here. We don't play around here. So we are just going to break it in pieces for the people to understand. Now, the People's National Party concern. PNP vows reform of rural school bus program to boost efficiency. Right? The opposition People's National Party, PNP, says it would overhaul the government's 1.4 billion rural school bus program to ensure greater input from school administrators and more targeted support for children most in need if it forms the next government. Take that away. Where am I going? It's very serious tonight. Now, Jamaica people, Bangarang tonight. Bangarang, seriously. I want you to listen to this interview with Daryl Vaz. Listen, this particular interview with Daryl Vaz. And we are going to crush him tonight. Without any delay, lift it up. We are going to crush the lies. We are going to break it down. We are going to do the maths. Play.
Minister Vaz, the role that El Hydra played in the importation process and why they were selected as the logistics facilitator for the buses.
An unsolicited proposal was received from El Hydra. It was evaluated. They clearly showed that they were the manufacturer, dealer representative for the two types of buses that we are buying, Blue Bus and Thomas Bus, which are the two major buses that are used in the North American school bus system. That document was reviewed. It went to the PPC. PPC gave approval. It went to Cabinet. Cabinet gave approval. We have already been requested for all the documentation by at least 2 agencies, and those are being put together, and all information will be released in the proper format because there is absolutely nothing to hide. I just want to say something, put things in perspective in terms of where we are and where we are going. The government took a decision earlier this year that we would not go into September 25 school year without providing a rural school bus. This is something that I've been trying to do from 2023 when I took the portfolio responsibility. I went to Cabinet and was sent back because every model that I work was going to cost the government of Jamaica between $8 and $20 billion. What the children have to go through, on top of which we were very concerned about the statistics that the JC has put out, which is 60 children dead and 700 injured in rural Jamaica over the last few years. So what we did was to see what we could implement in September. The only available possibility was to use the North American bus system, the US bus system, which is considered the gold star globally of school buses. And we made a decision also that whatever we were going to implement was a fit-for-purpose system, meaning buses that are specifically designed and manufactured for the safety of school children.
And speaking of that, Minister Vaz, on the matter of safety, the Gleaner reported yesterday as well that the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived for the buses, with the trade board noting that the motor vehicle, allow me to finish and then I'll allow you to respond as well, that the Motor Vehicle Import Committee granted this under what they described as compelling circumstances. So I wanted to ask if the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived and the compelling circumstances that led to this.
Absolutely. So I'll get to that. Let me just finish what I was saying. So phase 1 was what we called an emergency. And the quickest and easiest methodology was to bring them from the United States. The second phase is going to be to complete the rollout of the 600 and odd schools, because this is only 258. And now that we have this 110, we now have all the time to properly scour the globe and look at all the options that may be available that would take time. Either time to manufacture, whatever it is. The bottom line is that we are not sold solely on this methodology, because obviously it has its challenges in terms of the door and left-hand drive, etc. But this was a decision made to be in a position to roll out in September 25, and this was the only option available to meet the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make that clear. So this is not the next phase doesn't have to be an extension of these buses, particular buses. We will now go and do the proper research, meaning spend the time to look through the globe, look at Asia, look at Europe, look at UK, look at all the jurisdictions and see what they do and what are the comparisons in terms of what we have in Jamaica. So I wanted to make that point. The other point that I want to make now is again reminding you my previous position, other than in my current position, which was in the automobile industry. The Department of Transport in the United States sets criteria for all states to follow in relation to the annual and in some cases biannual inspection of all school buses.
Mm-hmm.
Those are by certified persons, companies in each state that has the recognition of the Department of Transport. All of these buses have 2025 inspection, meaning that they have passed to be able to be fit and proper to run in the United States of America. Therefore, that is a specialized inspection for a specialized vehicle. Secondly, we sent a team up there from the Ministry and JUTC engineers, because we have a fleet of hundreds of buses, so they know exactly what to look for. Thirdly, when the buses arrived here, they have to be inspected by the Island Traffic Authority in order for a certificate of fitness to be issued so that they can be registered to drive on the roads. That's 3 inspections. The reason for the waiver of the Trade Board is that Trade Board has appointed a private outfit overseas that does use vehicles. All of the vehicles coming from Japan and those places, they are not sanctioned by the Department of Transport in relation to school buses, and there is a completely inferior inspection as it relates to buses. They inspect used motor vehicles across the board, and we import maybe 1,000, 2,000 a month. So that's what they do. And therefore, it would have been a waste of taxpayers' money, because the report that they would generate would not come to the criteria that is required by the Department of Transport, as they are not certified in relation to school buses. So again, I tick all the boxes. You know why? Because I know my name is the easiest name to call. And therefore, anything that Daryl Vaz does, he does it not only to the best of his ability, but he makes sure that he ticks off all the boxes that are required to make sure that in this case we get value for money. They talk about these buses were decommissioned. Again, another wicked, evil piece of information. All of them have 2025 inspection stickers by the Department of Transport, appointed inspectors in every state that they were bought from. Yes? So that is absolute rubbish. And secondly, they have Cummins diesel engines that have a life of up to 500,000 miles, and a Allison transmission, one of the best transmissions known, and Cummins diesel engines, internationally renowned. The highest mileage on a bus is 170,000 kilometers. The lowest is about 60,000. They are doing 15 to 20,000 miles per year. because they travel in the morning and the evening and are not regular buses that are plying the routes 12 to 18 hours a day. Therefore, if you do the math, you will see that these bus engines and transmissions have between 10 and 15 years of life left for the Jamaican people to benefit from. I go further. The average age of the buses is 10 years old.
All right.
That's the average 10 to 11 years.
This because they're starting the debate, and we want to catch the debate. After the debate, we're going to come back to this investigation because Daryl Vaz just sent himself to prison. So let us just go to the debate. Let us get to the debate.
Members of the panel of questioners are Andrea Chisholm, TVJ, Al Edwards, Our Today online financial magazine. Taking and presenting questions from the public is our social media editor, Amoy Harriet, CVM TV. I am your moderator, George Davis. As is customary, the audience is not to applaud the debaters, except for now, after we announce each team. For Team JLP, Dana Morris Dixon. For Team PNP, Julian Robinson. For the JLP, Favour Williams. For the PNP, Keisha Anderson. And for the JLP, Chris Tufton. And for the PNP, Peter Bunting. The guidelines for tonight's debates have been previously agreed and are posted on the Debate Commission's website at www.jamaicadebatescommission.com. The guidelines include questions being no longer than 30 seconds and each team being allowed 90 seconds to respond to each question, and rebuttals are limited to 45 seconds. The questions posed in tonight's debate will come from two sources. The first source is you, the public. Send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to Jamaica Debates. These will be checked, selected, and asked by our social media editor. The second source of questions is from our panel of journalists. Questions are not influenced by the Jamaica Debates Commission in any way. Providing sign language interpretation services this evening is Ms. Jane Litchmore, who teaches sign language at an international level and who previously provided sign language services on the former Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation and Television Jamaica, and who also represented the Jamaica Association for the Deaf. Now, based on a previous coin toss, the first question tonight comes from Andrea Chisholm, and it will be directed to Team PNP.
The PNP has promised to move the income tax threshold to $3.5 million starting April 2026 without any new taxes. How much will it cost? Is the timeline realistic? And which programs will be adjusted to accommodate the increase?
Question, Andrew. We are committed to implementing the 3.5 threshold starting April 2026. This will be funded from revenue growth, which currently, based on the 1% growth, is projected to generate an additional revenue of $140 billion over a 3-year period. Additionally, we expect within the envelope that exists in the budget has 4 main components. You have debt servicing, you have salaries and wages, you have the capital budget, and then you have the programmatic budget. As a political party, we would have our own priorities, and we will look at the programmatic budget and make adjustments there. But we will begin implementing the 3.5 million threshold April 2026. However, there are other programs that we have announced that once we assume office, we will immediately, within the envelope that exists for programs, see how we will implement them. For example, ensuring that every needy child gets a hot meal per day. The first in family who goes to university to have a full scholarship. and also the $500,000 grant, which will be given to young first-time owners. So we are going to ensure that we do this in a responsible way fiscally without affecting the budget.
Thank you, Team PNP. Thank you, Team JLP, your rebuttal.
Lies, lies, lies. It cannot be done without imposing new taxes on the backs of Jamaicans. Your 3.5 is the biggest political scam since the history of Jamaica. It cannot be done. You are the people who said when we introduced the 1.5 that it couldn't be done. It would wreck the budget. How do you get from 1.5 to 3.5? It's 3.5 now, right? It used to be 2.3, 3.2, all over the place. Can't be done.
All right. Andrew would like to use the first of her two follow-up questions.
Is this a rebuttal?
From 14 PNP, I did not hear the cost of the proposed increase in the threshold, nor the programs to be readjusted to accommodate the increase.
Cost of the increase in the threshold would be $55 billion. Now, no political party implements every single thing in 1 year. So we are going to ensure that the implementation is done, which protects the fiscal sacrifices that have been made and will ensure that the adjustments are consistent with the budget. So it's $55 billion that this particular program will cost. And in terms of the readjustment of programs, that is something that we will do once we get into office. When we look, we have priorities which are different from the current government's priorities. And we will make those adjustments within the envelope of $360 billion, which currently exists for programs in the
Thank
budget.
you, Team PNP. Team JLP, you have a rebuttal, 45 seconds.
Well, first of all, I think we have to be careful about what we hear from that side, because they have been flip-flopping on the issue of income tax threshold and for some time. Their leader has said one thing, then he said he wasn't sure, then he said he wants to do another thing. The principle of increasing the threshold is something that is desirable. Let us be clear, because we did it. We were the ones who came with 1.5. We're moving now to 2.0. And indeed, we are the only government that have reduced taxes in several ways to benefit the Jamaican people. The challenge is the practicality of their solution. This is a 1 week proposal, a proposal to win
Thank you,
votes,
Team JLP.
which can't work.
Thank you, Team JLP. Al, you get the chance to pose the first question of the evening to Team JLP.
Hello, good evening. How do you do? On Sunday, the JLP promised to reduce income tax to 15% over a phased basis if it secures a third term in government. This is estimated to cost the country around $135 billion. Where will the money come from to accomplish this, considering there is a projected to be a $35 billion deficit in the budget, and given that many people work in the underground economy?
I'm not sure where that number came from. Our number, based on the technocrats who did it, put it at between 25 to $30 billion. That's our number. That is doable. We are the party that did the 1.5 in a responsible way. We are the party that moved the threshold from 1.5 to 1.7 to 1.8. Next year it'll be 1.9 and then 2.0. We know how to handle the tax affairs, the revenue affairs of the country, and we are going to move with this in a responsible way over time, ensuring that we continue to give back to Jamaicans. You've seen us do the reverse income tax. You've seen us do a number of initiatives, all with the goal of ensuring that the Jamaican people get back monies in their pockets so that they can provide more for themselves and their families.
This administration has been very much the administration that's pragmatic. We have always said to Jamaica what can be done, and then we have done it. We did it with 1.5, and we're doing it again with 2.0, and also our other proposal in terms of 15% income tax. We never say what we cannot do, unlike
Thank
our
you, Team
opposition.
JLP. Thank you, Team PNP, your rebuttal. 45 seconds.
I want to remind the country that the 1.5 that they boast about cost the country $31 billion in new taxes implemented by the Jamaica Labour Party. The Minister of Finance is saying her estimate is 25 to 30 billion. She's applying the same pro box maths that she said you can use $2,000 a month for buy a pro box. The most conservative estimate for their program to reduce the income tax rate is $68 billion. So where do you get your maths from? Tell the country, how will you finance it? Which programs will you cut? Where will the money come from?
Thank you, Team PNP. Social media has a question, Amoy.
Thank you, George. Well, the first social media question tonight comes from Makeda on Instagram. Jamaicans both at home and abroad work tirelessly to support their families and contribute to our economy. Yet high taxes and fees on barrels at the wharf, along with frustrating processes, make it difficult and costly for people sending goods home. If selected to serve, what specific and measurable actions will your party take to reduce these costs and simplify these processes?
Team PNP, 90 seconds.
Thank you. We note the developments in the US and other territories as it relates to remittances, and we're observing the situation. We also note that for Jamaicans going to pick up money at agencies, the cost may increase. And that's why we want to encourage the opening of accounts, and with reduced due diligence requirements for these types of accounts, we think more Jamaicans should exercise that option. I think also, though, we want to take a deeper look at the fact that we're so reliant on remittances. At least 20% of our GDP is based on remittances. We need to find a way in the best interest of Jamaicans to have them earn more. And that's why Team PNP is looking at options to have our economy grow. We're looking at options in agriculture with the Agricultural Development Fund of $2.5 billion, where we want to teach our farmers smarter and more efficient ways to go about farming. We're looking at options in logistics. Given our position, we're ideally placed to offer logistic and trade facilitation. We also want to look at our BPOs and increase the value of the services that are offered through our BPOs by upskilling our workforce and training our young people in heart, etc., to do these things, which are the careers of the future, and not to stick to the careers that now exist.
Team JLP, your 90 seconds, well, your 45, well, your rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we heard the same question. I heard a question that was about our Jamaicans having to clear barrels at the port. And that has been a concern for some of our Jamaicans who do rely on their families overseas to help them. And we, as a country, have always benefited from our diaspora. And that's why we placed so much emphasis on our diaspora policy through our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That has been very important. And on that matter, we have focused very much on creating efficiencies at the port. And that's important because we understand that we have a larger vision of Jamaica of becoming a logistics hub. We know that this can happen. It is something that the PNP waxed quite well about, this logistics hub, but did nothing. We have been doing work to expand our port, to also improve efficiencies at the port. In addition to that, we have a new Customs Act. We didn't get to the Senate with it, but we took it through the House, which transforms a lot of the framework for our customs area. And so we are working. We understand the plight of our Jamaicans who depend on these. In terms of remittances, that's another area that's very, very important. And we have been doing a lot of our own lobbying in relation to remittances. We've not seen any fall off. We're very happy with our diaspora, and we'll continue to make it easy for our people to benefit.
Time. Thank you very much. We'll now take a short break and invite you to stay tuned.
The general elections debates are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
The following is paid for by the People's National Party. In every constituency, on every issue, the People's National Party has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Keisha,
What?
why am I never saying at the exam?
I never have enough money to pay the school fees, so I just couldn't do the exam.
Hold on, Keisha, hold on.
What?
Say I hear about the PNP First in the Family program.
No? What that?
It's a program where if you're the first in your family, if you attend college or university, you get a scholarship to fund it.
But me already there college, that have nothing to do with me.
Keisha, calm down.
Yes.
Hold on. It no matter if you're already in college or if you just got started, you can still get it.
So does that mean that my little brother get to say that I made it?
Definitely. You're going to be the first, but you definitely won't be the last.
That sounds good.
Sounds good. Keisha, that sounds great. Where's some?
It's our lifetime come for sure.
Education is the bridge between struggle and opportunity. It is how we lift families and grow a modern economy.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Yeah, every month my parent and still no one nothing, bro. Yeah, that's why I rate the PNP plan, you know.
Oh, the plan to remove the land cost from the low income house them?
Yeah, man, the same plan that G. House price are drop both are ground.
Yo, I mean, many cheap are the seniors enough.
So we have some general 50,000 new low income houses in the first term. But my work informal, bro. I don't feel that you work for me. General, them set the plan just for you. When they are taxi driver or barber like yourself, 6 months rent will qualify you for your mortgage. Eh? Yeah, no, man. That big. Yeah, man. Plus, young people are trying to get a house for the first time. First time owners, 45 and under. I will get 500,000 grand towards the housing deposit. How much youth can use it to walk in a house?
45. That means you won't know a house now.
What on it? Brown man, you how much?
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
If you work long hours to keep Jamaica running, you deserve to take home every cent you earn. For too long, our police officers, firefighters, security guards, and hospitality workers have been taxed on their overtime and gratuities. That ends with the next PMP government. We will remove taxes from overtime pay and service charges. Because if you give more, you should keep more. You put in the extra work. You go beyond the call of duty. Your sacrifice should be rewarded, not taxed. It is time for fairness. It is time for respect. Jamaica, time come for a better life.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party.
There comes a point in each person's life where they are tasked with an important decision. A decision that may affect not only them, but also their country.
Change gon' come, change gon' come, yes it will.
A decision to keep things the way they are, or a decision that will bring meaningful change.
Welcome back to the Economy Debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Send them to Jamaica Debates. Well, We now ask Andrea Chisholm to start this segment with a question for Team JLP.
The public sector wage bill consumes close to 50% of tax revenues. The Independent Fiscal Commission has recommended the reintroduction of a cap on public sector wages as a percentage of GDP. But in March, the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament was told the cap was not being considered. Why was the recommendation ignored?
For the public sector wages, I know when you look back in history, there used to be it calculated as a percentage of GDP. With our current fiscal rules and our debt to GDP rule, those are the two kind of guardrails that we use on the budget to keep everything in line. If we do that, if we keep that focus on our debt to GDP and on our fiscal balance, then everything in the budget will align, and it would not be necessary, it has not been necessary to keep a cap on the wage bill that way as a percentage of GDP. And as a matter of fact, one time in our history, it was done. When you look back, maybe it was only one time that ratio was ever reached. So there's good faith and confidence in the fiscal balance rules and the debt to GDP in order to help us to keep everything in line in the budget.
Can I also quickly say that this government has done the boldest move to reform and restructure the public sector. First of all, we had 300 different salaries packages, 180 different allowances were consolidated into 16, and it has taken time. We need that time to sort that out.
Jamaica's tax burden at 29% of GDP is the highest in the region. Our middle class has been hollowed out by a generation of belt tightening. It is time that our nurses, our teachers, our police officers, our public servants get to enjoy some of the benefits of years of tight fiscal management. It can't always be that when it comes time for the people to benefit, we are about managing fiscal rules, etc. We will observe the fiscal rules, but we believe we must do a social transformation for the people.
Time, thank you very much. Question for Team PNP, Al.
The high interest rates, FinSAC era was devastating for the Jamaican economy. A World Bank debt management paper dated 21/12/2001 reads in part, the ensuing rapid growth of FinSAC debt worsened as interest rates continued to rise, leading to a stock debt of $142 billion as of March 2001. That's about 43% of GDP. This added to an already large pre-crisis public debt burden of more than 100% of GDP, leading to an unsustainable debt path. That period also decimated a generation of local entrepreneurs, so much so that a generation later, many are still reticent to invest in the productive sector. What guarantee can you give under your administration that Jamaica will never see history repeating itself, and how do you intend to honor that guarantee?
Well, what we have to ensure is that the agencies that have responsibility for managing and regulating the financial services sector are actually manned by individuals who are competent and professional. The Bank of Jamaica, the Financial Services Commission. Ensuring the BOJ now is an independent agency that has the responsibility for managing interest rates and primarily inflation. At the time when FinSAC took place, the government intervened to ensure that all depositors got back their money. What we want to see is the FinSAC report published. The country spent $150 million on a FinSAC commission, and all now we can't get the report. We want the FinSAC report out. And while you're at it, we will publish the SSL report, because we noticed that depositors have gotten $2. If them did have $100 and there's only $2 them get back. But the most honorable Prime Minister got all his money out of SSL before it collapsed. That is what justice means. we will publish the SSL report. And it is a failure on their part that after all these years, given the impact of FinSAC, that there is no report, no independent report. What we have seen is drips and drabs being leaked out by that side. So when we talk about FinSAC, let's get all the facts on the table and release the Crow report from SSL.
Time up.
Interesting that that side can speak as if they're ignorant of FinSAC, when some on that very side were involved during the FinSAC period and benefited. Just recall the 40-40-40. You mentioned it. 40% of GDP to recover from FinSAC. 40,000 businesses lost their money. 40% being offered by merchant banks to make a profit. And DB&G made on average 40% return on their investments, which one of the principles sits across me right here. They cannot talk about fiscal discipline. They cannot talk about management and economy. They presided over the FinSAC era. They drove people in some instances to commit suicide based on news reports. They have no moral authority and certainly no economic management, and they are still there. The Jamaican people cannot trust them.
Thank you, time. Al, you wanted to use one of your two follow-up questions?
The first one, yes.
Proceed.
The JLP government has presided over macroeconomic stability. Public debt has come from over 140% of GDP in 2013 to 70% in fiscal year 24-25. Unemployment now stands at just 3.3%. According to Statin, as of July this year, Jamaica's annual headline inflation rate stood at 3.3%. The Bank of Jamaica says as of August 12, 2025, Jamaica's gross international reserve stood at US 6.2 billion. The World Bank, the IMF, the rating agencies all commend Jamaica for this economic performance. How will a PNP government build upon and improve this trajectory?
I think it's important to set context for the question that you have asked. When they left office in 2011, the country was on the precipice of economic collapse. When we got in 2012, we had to restore Jamaica's credibility. We had to establish EPOC. We strengthened and enhanced the fiscal rules. We legislated the debt to GDP ratio so that any government, PNP or JLP, had to pay down that debt. Portia Simpson Miller and Peter Phillips started that race. We passed the baton. We are the persons responsible for the fiscal responsibility that exists today, and we will continue that when we get into office again.
Time, thank you. The team JLP, you have 45 seconds to rebut. Right?
I am so glad that you named all of those improvements that we've had in our economy. When the PNP was in government, they took a wrecking ball to our economy, and that's a fact. When we took office 9 years ago, we saw high unemployment, we saw high debt, we saw high crime too, and we saw failing infrastructure. And this administration got to work, working on all of those areas. The PNP does not know how to be fiscally responsible. And we have seen that in our history time and time again. And so the data is there. The data shows the Jamaica Labour Party knows how to do it.
Time. Let's take a question from social media. Amoy?
Well, George, this question comes from Facebook. Nikisha is asking, many schools are without basic resources, and as such, some schools are asking parents to contribute certain resources, whether it be in cash or kind. Seeing that economically, parents are struggling to pay school fees and meet other needs, how will your administration, if elected, resolve this issue so there will be an ease on parents' pockets?
Team JLP.
Thank you for that question, and we definitely understand the burden that a lot of our parents feel. And it is for that reason that we have focused quite a bit on how we can get our children to school. Let me give you some realities from going around to our schools, especially in rural areas. When I go to school on a Friday, classes are sometimes half empty. And when you ask our teachers why, they say money ran out. What keeps them at home? High transportation costs, and also the high cost of lunch. And that's what we have decided to focus on. The rural school bus system is precisely because of that. I had one mother in St. Thomas say to me, it costs her $1,200 a day to send one of her children to school, and that it is so expensive that she ends up having to choose which one goes to school sometimes. We cannot have a country like that. In addition to that, in terms of our meals, we have expanded meals to 5 days a week for those on path who need it the most. In addition to that, we're now going to be adding breakfast to our students in our schools that are the most underperforming. All of that on the backs of the hard work of Minister Williams and the Ministry of Finance team. We understand the costs and we're working hard, including in providing more books in the public sector so that our parents can have less of a burden.
Time, Team PNP, your 90 seconds.
Chris, you're correct that DBNG was a very successful company, and it was a publicly listed company that our audited financial statements were open to the public. So everyone knows where Peter Bunting and Mark Golding got their wealth from. You and your Prime Minister cannot say the same. Now, in terms of our arrangements for public transportation, particularly rural school transportation, that school bus system was a political gimmick. We cannot be buying new trucks to transport garbage, and we're buying 15-year-old buses to transport our most precious cargo, our children. That was just an opportunity for somebody to eat our food. Let us be clear about that. It was totally unsuitable. In deep rural communities, we cannot afford parallel transportation systems, a school bus and a system for adults. So what we have proposed is a subsidy of $10,000 per month per child for those parents who need it, for those children who are unable to attend school 5 days a week. What we have proposed is a hot meal every day for those children who need it. That is real progress.
I'm surprised too, Peter, that the Minister of Education is speaking as if she didn't know all of this.
Time. Andrea, your question for Team JLP.
The requirement for a 12-year experience in law enforcement was removed from the January 2025 job advertisement for the position of Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigations Division. Why was the law enforcement requirement removed?
I want to make it clear that on the job description for the head of the FID, there are a number of different qualifications that an applicant could have. There were at least 6 different skill sets that that applicant could have. When the whole process of going through recruiting was done outside of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and they went through a very public recruitment process. The job was advertised, interviewed. No one qualified to be accepted. Normally, in the course of advertising for jobs, if you go out once, if you go out twice, and you see that you're not getting the skill set, the particular skill set, and the job description allows you to be flexible, then obviously, as a responsible HR person looking to fill the position, then you would do that. That is what was done. There's nothing underhanded about it. It was all transparent. And we have a very competent person heading the FID currently, and I look forward to continue working with him.
Team PNP, your rebuttal.
This is not true. I know as a certain fact that senior police officers with investigative experience for many years, who have coordinated international investigations, who have headed the intelligence bureau, they applied for the job and they were turned down. The truth of the matter is it was a set hand. Dennis Strong applied for the job when he said he saw nothing wrong with in the Integrity Commission report. There were clear red flags for money laundering, cash from from undisclosed depositors deposited to the Prime Minister's personal account. 470 billion flowing through multiple accounts. That's called layering. These were clear red flags.
Thank you very much. Time. Al, your question for Team PNP.
A look at MSMEs. Many people looking to fund the business in Jamaica bemoan the strangulating red tape and lack of access to finance from lending institutions. In the new century, we're seeing the rise of new types of businesses, young people into digital technology, the creative and services sector. Harold Davis of Jamaica Business Development Corporation makes the point that access to finance has two sides of the coin, and that it's appropriateness of the financial product that is available. And when I say appropriateness, I speak of the product that is right for the particular industry or the particular stage of business of the entrepreneur. What will you do to address this and better help small businesses in Jamaica?
We wholeheartedly agree. As a matter of fact, as a former CEO of a financial institution in Jamaica, I can say it's a problem that we struggled with in the absence of government having adequate policy and facilities to make it happen. We will, as the next PNP administration, ensure that we revisit the loan processes for our MSMEs. We recognize that they're an important part of the engine of growth for the economy, and we recognize their struggles. We note that we would have to help them with some amount of business planning. We'd have to help them to get themselves ready to borrow. But it's a win-win situation. When they borrow, they're able to grow. When they grow, they're able to contribute to the economy, and we will be able to get tax revenues from them. So it's very important for us to have our MSMEs grow, and to also encourage young entrepreneurs in the economy to participate.
What we are going to do is remove income tax for MSMEs for the first 3 years. Why are we doing this? The reason MSMEs remain informal is because they don't want to pay tax. But remaining informal limits their growth because they can only get money from friends and families and a partner draw. So by removing the income tax for the first 3 years, they can formalize, they can grow, they can access bank, equity funding. That is what we are doing to grow the MSME sector.
Time. Thank you. Thank you, Team JLP. Your rebuttal.
PNP talks a good talk, but in reality, that's not the facts. 2015, 8,000 companies were registered with the Company Office. 2024, 23,000 companies, twice that number. The fact is, Jamaicans are more energized to form companies, to come out of the informal sector. DBJ, over that 8-year period, loaned almost $70 billion US, 117 billion of investments, 86,000 applicants. That is why our economy has started to turn around. And I want to say to Peter that he must be careful about innuendos, hearsays, and propaganda. First of all, your FinSAC era, I don't know how you're comfortable with it. The Contractor General at the time accused you of sweetheart dealings, you and your partners.
Time,
you cannot
thank you. Time,
now
time,
say
thank
that you earn
time,
your money
time,
in a way
Mr.
that is
Tupton,
legitimate and above board.
Time. Amoy has a question from social media.
This question is from TikTok. The user who sent in this question is Camer Jackson. Under the current administration, brain drain has become an increasingly pressing issue, negatively impacting our economy. Considering the various causes of this trend, such as limited employment opportunities, inadequate compensation, and governance concerns, what specific strategies and reforms would your government implement to address the key drivers of this problem and ensure the retention of skilled professionals?
Team JLP.
Thank you very much for that question, Cameron Jackson. That area of brain drain has been an issue for a long time. I saw it. I left university in 2001, and most of my classmates left this country because they didn't feel there was an opportunity. And it's for that reason why we focused a lot of our policies. And if you look in our manifesto, there's a huge section for young people, because we believe in a few things. We believe that every young person, as they've told us, wants to own a home one day. And that's why we have allocated 15% of every NHT house built to our young people who are under 35. We're also increasing employment. 280,000 more young people have been brought into the labor force. We're providing jobs and we're looking for higher paying ones through the work that we're doing in terms of training our people. 500,000 young people have been trained since 2020 at Heart, and we're going to continue doing that.
In addition to that, let me remind Jamaica that it is this government that has brought unemployment to its lowest level ever. In fact, the participation rate in the job market is 68%, the highest it has ever been. Under their watch, people lost jobs. They borrowed and spent, or taxed and spent. Under this government, no new taxes and jobs have been created. This is a more responsible government, and the future of young people are brighter with the JLP.
Thank you. Team PNP, your 90 seconds to answer the question.
Raising the tax threshold to 3.5 million, the tax-free threshold to 3.5 million, is one of the most fundamental and revolutionary things we can do to retain our best and brightest. As I said, this is a manifesto that we've put forward, not just about a campaign for the next election. This is about the next generation. We want to ensure that our teachers, our nurses, our police officers can provide for their families in the way they should. We want to rebuild the working class and the middle class. We want to ensure that buying a house, buying a car, aspiring to improve, to lift your whole generation is not merely a dream. So yes, what we have proposed is radical. It's transformational. It's going to require a shaking up and a reordering of all the priorities of government. That's not accidental. We're working for a social revolution. People are not going to elect a new government to do the same thing that the outgoing one is elected to do.
When I hear them speak, I wonder which young people they're speaking about. When I speak to young people, they tell me they have no hope of owning a home. With the NHT limit being raised to 9 million, the problem is that the houses cost 40 million. There's no hope.
Time, Mrs. Anderson, time. We now take a short break and invite you to stay tuned.
The general elections debates are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Following is paid.
Yes.
He has assembled the strongest, most diverse slate of candidates in a generation. From doctors ready to heal our broken health system, to educators building a smarter Jamaica, business people growing the economy, legal minds defending justice, and community advocates speaking truth to power. This is a team chosen for competence, compassion, and commitment. Led by Mark Golding, a good man with a good plan. This is not politics as usual. This is the team to rescue Jamaica, rebuild our future, and restore pride in leadership. Jamaica, time come.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
If you work long hours to keep Jamaica running, you deserve to take home every cent you earn. For too long, our police officers, firefighters, security guards, and hospitality workers have been taxed on their overtime and gratuities. That ends with the next PMP government. We will remove taxes from overtime pay and service charges. Because if you give more, you should keep more. You put in the extra work. You go beyond the call of duty. Your sacrifice should be rewarded, not taxed. It is time for fairness. It is time for respect. Jamaica, time come for a better life.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Keisha,
What?
why am I never saying at the exam?
I never have enough money to pay the school fees, so I just couldn't do the exam.
hold on, Keisha, hold on.
What?
Say I hear about the PNP First in the Family program.
No? What that?
It's a program where if you're the first in your family, if you attend college or university, you get a scholarship to fund it.
But me already there college, that have nothing to do with me.
Isha, calm down.
Yes.
Hold on. It no matter if you're already in college or if you just got started, you can still get it.
So does that mean that my little brother get to say that I made it?
Definitely. You're going to be the first, but you definitely won't be the last.
That sounds fun.
Sounds good. Keisha, that sounds great. Where's man?
It sounds like time come for sure.
Education is the bridge between struggle and opportunity. It is how we lift families and grow a modern economy.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Yeah, every month my parent and still no one nothing, bro. Yeah, so I'm ready the PNP plan, you know.
Oh, the plan to remove the land cost from the low income house them?
Yeah, man, the same plan that G. House price are drop both are ground.
Yo, I mean, many cheap are serious enough.
We have some general 50,000 new low income houses in the first term.
But my work informal, bro. I don't feel that you work for me.
General, them set a plan just for you. But they are taxi driver or barber like yourself. 6 months rent to qualify you for your mortgage.
Eh?
Yeah,
Yo,
man.
that big.
Yeah, man. Plus, young people are trying to get a house for the first time. First time owners, 45 and under. I will get 500,000 grand towards the housing deposit. How much you can use it to walk in a house?
45. That means you own no house now.
Well, on it, brown man, how much?
True that.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party.
There comes a point in each person's life where they are tasked with an important decision. A decision that may affect not only them, but also their country.
Welcome back to the Economy Debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Send them to Jamaica Debates. We'll now ask Andrea to start this segment with a question for Team PNP.
Described the 0% in year one as an insult to public sector workers. The party says they have looked at the budget and fiscal policy paper and will do better for the public sector workers if elected. What percentage increase would a PNP administration propose?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say, we are going to treat public sector workers with respect and dignity. I won't talk to the JTA president like the Minister of Education and say him performing at his conference. That is disrespect. Disrespect is when you need to get a meeting, you have to get restive and threaten strike action. The fiscal policy paper has, in its first year, 9%. In the second year, 6%. In the third year, 6%. They have offered 0. That is not an offer. We will do better. But by lifting the income tax threshold to 3.5 million, we are easing the pressure. We ease in the pressure on our nurses. We ease in the pressure on our policemen. We ease in the pressure so that more money will be in their pockets. They have a history of dealing with civil servants with disrespect. You right now have 2 sets of civil servants in the same office doing the same thing and earning different salaries. A whole set of anomalies that arose from the public sector compensation review. They haven't addressed it. There's supposed to be a meeting tomorrow with the JCTU and you cancel it. They are the ones who treat them with disrespect. We have a history of working with our public sector in the interest of this country, and we will continue to do so. So when we come into office, it will be better than 0% because there is money in the budget to provide better for public servants.
Team JLP, your rebuttal.
This is the government that has given the public sector the largest wage increase in the history of Jamaica. What did the public sector know under the PNP? Wage freeze after wage freeze after wage freeze. We are committed to continue negotiating with our unions. Negotiation is a process. We still remain at the table. Our Prime Minister has indicated that we will get to a point that is satisfactory for the public sector workers and for Jamaica as a whole. We remain committed
Thank
to
you.
the public sector workers.
Time, Mrs. Williams, time. Thank you. Al, your question to Team JLP.
In fiscal year 2013-14, the then Minister of Finance, Peter Phillips, balanced the budget. Minister Phillips met the targets for the primary surplus and the budget deficit. The JLP said at the time, including you, Minister Williams, that the then PNP government was preoccupied with passing the IMF test and not the people's test. Can it be said of this JLP administration that it is preoccupied with reducing the debt instead of growing the economy and passing the people's test?
We are passing the people's tests. If you look at what we have done, what we have achieved, all that we have achieved, we have done it for the people of Jamaica. Look at roads, look at new jobs created, look at the level of inflation, look at the number of houses that are being built. We are going gangbusters. Every day we wake up, it is to grow the economy. During our administration, we have grown the economy. We have had 33 quarters of growth, interrupted only by COVID and by Hurricane Beryl. We wake up every day to ensure that this economy expands so that there are opportunities for our men and women in the society.
When we speak of the people's test, all these nice economic jargon about GDP and debt to GDP ratio and all of that don't mean anything to the ordinary person, to most of our Jamaicans. What they think about is how is everything that we're doing affecting the quality of their life. We're giving more water. 350,000 more people have water, 280,000 more jobs created. We are improving the quality of life of our people.
Team PNP, your rebuttal.
What I want to ask every Jamaican, is your life better? Can you afford the same things you used to be able to afford? Do you have to choose between paying your utilities, buying food, or buying medication? Is your life better?
The lived reality, notwithstanding the macroeconomic numbers of most Jamaicans, is a struggle to put food on the table. When you go to the supermarket or the corner shop, you pick up things and you have to put it back down. If you suffer the misfortune of going to a hospital, you have to sit down on one chair for 2 or 3 days. And what we have seen at Cornwall Regional, it moved from 1.5 billion to 25 billion. That is the waste that we will eliminate so we can put money back in the hands of the Jamaican
Thank you very
people.
much. Time. Al would like to use this second and final follow-up question. Al.
According to the World Bank, the Jamaican economy average annual growth over the last decade is around 0.8%. Why is this? And what will you do to get it to around 5%?
Thanks for that question. Thanks for that question on growth. There have been many impediments to growth, and we have seen that documented in many places. If we look at the impediments, they include training, and we're doing that, 500,000 trained. Another impediment to growth is the high electricity cost, and we have taken the decision to not continue on that bad JPS contract because we know we need to have lower electricity costs. In addition to that, infrastructure is another impediment to growth. And that's why we've spent so much money on fixing our roads, providing internet access across this country, and improving our investments in technology. We understand that in order to bring the growth rate up, we are going to have to do these things.
You have 45 seconds.
What they haven't spoken about is how corruption has impacted that growth. How our foreign direct investment has moved from 900 million in 2015 to 300 million today. That 11 of them are under investigation for illicit enrichment. I, Julian J. Robinson, can categorically state, I am not under investigation. Can the three of you say that? We need growth. We understand the assignment now. We have consolidated our economy. We have to improve the outcomes in education, which have been poor. You talk about energy. It took you 8 years to put out a request for proposal for renewables. Why? Because of the corruption at the Ministry of Education, where you see 4 ministers over 8 years.
Time. Thank you. Social media, Amoy.
All right, so we're on TikTok, and I'm seeing a question here from Joe. Policies often target low-income earners, while high-income earners are generally believed to be able to manage on their own. What in your plans directly supports middle-income Jamaicans who are caught in the squeeze?
Team PNP.
So the contrast between the JLP's approach of reducing the income tax rate for everyone versus the PNP's approach of lifting the threshold is a prime example of that. The cabinet ministers and the prime ministers will benefit the most from the reduction in the rate of income tax. Police officers, nurses, doctors, security guards, public servants, those who are at the rank and file of the police level, everyone who earns under 3.5 million will be the major beneficiaries of our program. That is what differentiates our approach from theirs. They talk about prosperity. It's prosperity for them and their cronies. When we talk about putting people at the center of our policies and programs, it's because we want to lift everyone. We want to lift those at the bottom. We want to build out the middle class. We want education to become a bridge from one generation to another to move them to another level in society.
And we will continue to lift the standards of the majority of the Jamaican people. The income tax threshold, we're going to remove tax on overtime so that our security guards, our nurses will get a break and you put more money in their pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Team JLP.
The PNP does not understand how the economy works. First of all, they talk about our performance. Our performance we're very proud of. We created the lowest poverty rate in the country on record. We created more jobs with more participation in the economy on record. And while we're doing that, we are building out new industries in digital technology, in our port facilities, for logistics hub, as well as maintaining and building on the traditional industries that are there. Most persons in Jamaica today, young persons who have a skill, can find a job. That was not the case under the People's National Party. And I want to just come back to this issue of corruption, because they seem to think that they can speak about things in mid-air without any evidence, innuendos and suppositions, as if people are going to accept that. What the Jamaican people want is who is going to look after them, who will bring down crime. Peter Bunting depended on divine intervention without work. In fact, he is on record, I believe, as the only Minister of National Security who was unable to secure himself. And I am happy he's okay from that unfortunate incident in Portland. But it speaks to confidence in their policy to reduce crime. This government has reduced crime by the lowest over 30 years. And this is what Jamaicans want. They felt unsafe under the PNP. They feel a lot safer under the Jamaica Labour Party.
Mr. Tufton, thank you. Time. We now take a short break and invite you to stay tuned.
The general elections debates are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
There comes a point in each person's life where they are tasked with an important decision. A decision that may affect not only them, but also their country.
Change gon' come, yes it will.
A decision to keep things the way they are, or a decision that will bring meaningful change. We choose change to provide wider access to homes and land ownership, for good health care.
There's a travel advisory issued by the U.S. State Department advising of the poor state of our hospitals and the prohibitive costs associated with accessing private health care.
And access to quality education, from early childhood to the tertiary level. A change to decrease crime and give our youths a chance. A change from unfulfilled promises to renewed trust. A change from corruption to good governance.
I were in your position, I would take for myself and hand over to someone else who is not compromised.
We choose a Jamaica that is run democratically, not autocratically. We choose a Jamaica where if you break the law, you pay the price, no matter who you are. If, like me, you truly want a better future for all Jamaicans, not just a few, then make the decision to choose change for yourself, for your family, and for Jamaica.
The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
Prematurity is a medical condition, not a cause of death. I am not speaking to you as just a politician, not as a PNP, not as a doctor, but as a Jamaican. We must put Jamaicans first. We must modernize hospitals and clinics, expand primary care, train and keep more nurses and doctors, strengthen maternal and child health, and expand mental health services in every parish. This is about more than healthcare. It is about life, dignity, and hope. Because in a new Jamaica, no mother should fear losing her baby or her own life, and no Jamaican should be left without care. Jamaica, time come for a better life.
The proceeding was paid for by the People's National Party. The following is paid for by the People's National Party.
If you work long hours to keep Jamaica running, you deserve to take home every cent you earn. For too long, our police officers, firefighters, security guards, and hospitality workers have been taxed on their overtime and gratuities. That ends with the next PMP government. We will remove taxes from overtime pay and service charges. Because if you give more, you should keep more. You put in the extra work. You go beyond the call of duty. Your sacrifice should be rewarded, not taxed. It is time for fairness. It is time for respect. Jamaica, time come for a better life.
The general
Welcome back to
election.
the economy debate presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. We invite you, the public, to send us your questions via direct message on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Send them to Jamaica Debates. We now ask Andrea to start the final segment, with a question for Team JLP.
The central bank has cut its policy interest rate from 7% in July 2024 to 5.75% in August 2025. The regulator has been pleading with the banks, the commercial banks, to further reduce lending rates, but it's not happening fast enough. What will your administration do to further pressure banks to cut their lending rates?
So we are seeing interest rates come down, and we're getting early signs that the rates to borrowers is also coming down. Just recently, I was speaking to the DBJ. You know that the DBJ on-lends to the banks to lend to our MSMEs, and DBJ reported that they are seeing lower rates in the marketplace from banks. As the Bank of Jamaica bring rates down, which it will, we fully expect that our borrowers are going to begin to see lower rates in the marketplace on the various loans.
I think that the reforms that are taking place within the banking sector, the independent central bank, which has to drive this issue. That's why we supported the independence of the central bank, and competition What we have been working on, but I do agree we need to work on it more, and this is for the next administration, is to make it easier for someone to move their account from one bank to the next. We believe ultimately in the market, within reason, of course, with a regulatory framework, not like them who allowed an attempt at liberalization that drove us into FinSA.
Thank you. Team PNP, your rebuttal.
Before the break, Chris had the gall of claiming success with crime. The fact is that more Jamaicans have been murdered under this JLP administration, almost 13,000 murdered in their 2 terms than in any other 2 terms in the history of Jamaica. That is failure, not success. We commend the police for the job they've been doing this year in reducing it, but you can't take credit for that. That's despite your failed SOE policies.
What we will do to ensure that the banking sector is more competitive, we are going to ensure government deposits. There's a system to ensure that all banks participate in government deposits.
Thank you. Al, I invite you to pose a question to Team PNP.
The former CEO of Grace Kennedy, the late Don Webby, consistently called on Jamaica to reduce its food importation bill by half by 2030. Given that Jamaica spends around $1 billion a year on imported food, and according to the FAO, Jamaica's food imports account for approximately 21% of its total merchandise imports, what will your government be doing to reduce the food importation in a meaningful way?
Under the JLP administration, the imported food cost has doubled. It was $800 million 10 years ago. It is now $1.6 billion. That 800 million or about 150 billion Jamaican dollars should be going into the pockets of the farmers of South Manchester, South St. Elizabeth, and farmers all over Jamaica. We have committed to forming an agricultural development fund. This is going to ensure that we inject new technology, new machinery into our farming communities. It's going to ensure that we put adequate post-harvest storage and processing facilities in place to reduce the 30% or more that's lost. We are going to ensure that funding is available for our farmers.
And we commit to the Jamaican people and to the farmers of Jamaica to reduce importation by 25% in our first term. We also commit to helping farmers access financing at more affordable rates and terms. We also commit to helping them with products such as insurance to ensure that when natural disasters hit, the impact to them for recovery is not as high.
Team JLP, your
First of all, there is a need to do more to develop our local industry for self-sufficiency, but also for export. The fact is this government has done a lot. In fact, if you look at the last 8 years on domestic export has gone up by some 31%. What it means is that more local companies within a much friendlier environment are in fact producing and exporting. But it is a fact that we are importing more at the same time. That is simple. We have an economy that affords the capacity to demand more. We have a thriving tourism industry and we have a consumer who is earning more. This will contribute to a greater demand. It's a process, but it's also a sign of success by this government.
Thank you. Andrea, I invite you to pose a question to Team JLP.
Major platforms such as Meta, Google, and TikTok are earning money and data from the Jamaican economy, but they are not paying taxes in Jamaica. What policy changes will your administration pursue to ensure that Jamaica directly collects taxes from these platforms?
So we recognize that those companies that you mentioned are not paying tax to the Jamaican government. We have our tax entities in conversation with these entities to ensure that the Jamaican people get their fair share of taxes from these companies. We sit on some of the international bodies that look at taxes across different countries to ensure that there's fairness in what's being done. And I know that we will pursue it vigorously to ensure that Jamaica is not left out as these companies thrive on our data.
What's important to also note is that a lot of our young people are using these platforms. I know recently I saw someone on TikTok selling some nice products that I thought about buying. So our young people are using these platforms very well, and they're creating content that is absolutely amazing. And so we have the tax side that the minister has said that we're looking at in a more multilateral kind of approach, as we tend to do as Jamaicans. But also, there are also other concerns too in relation to artificial intelligence. They're using a lot of our creative energy. They're using our music. They're using our cultural ideas. And those are going into AI programs. And that's something we have to look at.
Rebuttal, Team PNP.
It's clear that there's no policy to deal with this. This is where we have to work with our CARICOM states to develop a common policy. Why? Because these are large multinationals. Their GDP would dwarf the entire Caribbean region. And so it requires some consensus among the region to ensure that you implement a policy which every country agrees to and that you can stand the test of time. We recognize the importance of our creatives. That's why we are establishing a $1 billion fund, not like the film fund that has disbursed zero, but a $1 billion fund for creatives, for artists or singers or potters, the people who create content so they can build their businesses.
Time, thank you. Social media, Moy.
On social media platform X, Sean from Kingston says, free healthcare means little if hospitals don't have CT machines, x-rays, or even basic supplies. What short-term financial measures will you take within the first 2 years, if you win, to fix these shortages and ensure patients can actually access proper care?
Team PNP, you go first.
You know, I really wanted the Minister of Health to focus on these issues, but him seem more preoccupied with dealing with FinSAC and other people's business. Because if he spent more time dealing with Cornwall Regional, we wouldn't have a $25 billion overrun. If he spent more time dealing with the hospital sector, when people go there, they wouldn't have to sit on a wooden chair for 3 days. And when they have to do an MRI or CT scan, they have to pay $50,000 for go. And the same ambulance for take them have to pay for it too. And them can't get toilet paper in the hospital. Our health sector is failing despite the amount of money we have spent. It is the inefficiency of the Jamaica Labour Party why we are here. We are going to ensure the dignity of Jamaicans who have to traverse our public health system. They have been failed by this administration. And that is why we are committed to ensuring that monies which come into the coffers go for the benefit. So when we look on the drill and we drill down, it shouldn't cost $31 million for a $3 million drill. Because what does that do? When you go to the hospital, you have to pay now based on that wastage, that corruption, and that inefficiency. What can go so, Jamaica? How can you feel comfortable?
There are currently no CT scan or MRI services available at Mandeville Regional Hospital because the private providers have not been paid.
Time, Team JLP.
Well, let me just start by saying I wasn't the one in 2015 who said we had to use garbage bags as aprons or cut a soap in two. That is their spokesperson of health who spoke about the crisis in the system. So we have come a long way, and we started from a very low base. It is incorrect to say we don't have CT scan, just to say to your social media person. We have CT scans, we have MRIs. In fact, we have more digital machines in our health system than any time before. We need more, but we have done better than the PNP up to 2015 when they were there. Oh, I have more time. Let me also say, because I have a lot to say, that we have embarked on the largest expansion of hospital build-out than any other government since independence, the largest upgrading of health centers than any other government since independence. We have hired we have put in our establishment over 3,000 doctors and nurses, double the numbers of community health aides, and last year we served up 3 million prescriptions to Jamaicans on the National Health Fund. In their 2015 year, they did less than 1 million. The facts are that more Jamaicans are being served by our health system. Do we need to do more? I am the first to say yes, which is why we need the next term to complete the work that we are doing. They talk about the issue, they did nothing. As far as corruption is concerned, that's innuendos and talk. No
Thank
proof
you.
of that. And I condemn them for
Mr.
that kind of
Tufton.
position.
Time. Thank you. All right. We're at that segment at that point in the debate where we allow the teams to ask a question of the other, yeah? So we're going to start with Team JLP posing a question to Team PNP.
Thank you. It is our considered view that the 3.5 million threshold increase that was recently announced is nothing but a Sam-Fi political scam. In the beginning, it was 2.1, then it became 3, then it disappeared, and then it appeared 1 week before an election. You have to tell the people of Jamaica, I ask you to tell the people of Jamaica, is this just an election scam, or is it that you are going to be cutting much needed services such as NHF, where we spend $19 billion for drugs in hospitals, or university spending, which is $17 billion? Tell us how you plan to really cut discretionary areas, as you have called them.
I answered the question already, but I'm going to answer it again for the Jamaican people. I have said we are going to raise the threshold to $3.5 million. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that because your budget says that $140 billion of additional government revenues will be earned over 3 years. But that is at your 1% growth, which you have no ambition on. We're going to grow the economy by more than that so that we can pay for these things. There's also a benefit when you put more money in the hands of people because they're going to spend it, which will allow the government to collect more on GCT and other indirect taxes. We are the party committed to ensuring that all Jamaicans thrive and not just a few. Our plan is better. It is more equitable. Their plan will benefit the richer people more. Ours will benefit the working people, our nurses, our policemen, the security guards, the civil servants, to put more money to ease the pressure of the cost of living that they have to face. That is our commitment as a party of social justice and equality. So when you talk about Samfire, what Samfire you're talking about? Madness you're talking about? We will deliver on behalf of the Jamaican people. We have a history of protecting our most vulnerable and ensuring that they have more money to spend so that they can protect their families and those around them.
Time. JLP, you have a 45-second rebuttal.
Jamaicans, the 3.5 million threshold is the largest political scam. They cannot tell you how they're going to fund it. They look at the current budget, they see the projections growing to 140 billion, but they don't tell you that expenses are also growing. So that's not available for you to use towards the 3.5. And you also put out an ad showing how much people are going to get on a monthly basis. You know that's a lie. They may get it for 1 month, but it's not going to be there. The 3.5 that you're talking about cannot be done.
Williams, thank you. Time. Team PNP, your turn to pose a question to Team JLP.
How can you be trusted to keep promises when you've broken promises on impeachment legislation, unexplained wealth orders, term limits, grand referenda? You've attacked the Integrity Commission relentlessly. You've undermined them. You have even failed to sign the Code of Conduct, basic principles dealing with integrity, honesty, selflessness, and accountability. How can anybody take your word? How do they know that those candidates who are under investigation for illicit enrichment are not offering themselves out there right now to the public, secretly knowing that they are corrupt? The clock isn't working, by the way.
Oh, the clock isn't. Okay, I'm just going to still go ahead. and answer that question. It's a very curious question because I know in the 90s when I became politically aware, I remember politics and scandals. I remember hearing light bulb scandal, fat cat scandal, and then the mother of all scandals, FinSac. When you look in your dictionary and you look for scandal, you see the PNP right there. In terms of the Integrity Commission, it is this administration that implemented it. It is this administration that puts $2 billion annually to it. It is this administration in our manifesto that says we're going to strengthen our corruption prevention mechanisms in this country. It is this administration that has delivered Jamaica's best anti-corruption score. And it's not us that said it. It is an international body, Transparency International. We have been the ones that have been taking Jamaica on the path of anti-corruption, not the PNP.
In addition to that, let me just say very clearly that the Jamaican people are concerned about their lives, their livelihood, their communities, and by extension, Jamaica. They talk, we deliver. We have delivered the lowest unemployment, the lowest poverty, reduced crime despite Peter's objection by over 40%, the lowest in 30 years. That is what is important to the people of Jamaica.
Tufton. Time, thank you. Team PNP, you have a 45-second rebuttal.
It's interesting that they say that people are concerned about their standard of living because they're talking about things that happened in the 90s. That's over 30 years ago. Young people who are listening, does that affect your life now? Yet still, they're not speaking about the scandals that young people, anybody 25 years and younger, would have experienced what happened with rural reading education, to the point that education is behind. We are celebrating as a country five subjects being attained by 19% of our children. That's 1 in every 5. Is your child one of the 5 that is attaining 5 subjects? And if your child is not, what is happening to them? Our standards are too low. What happened to the used car scandal? What happened to Petrojam scandal? And I'm sure there are many others. Come on, man. 30 years ago, we're talking about.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. Thank you. Time. Okay. What we're going to do now is this. We're going to invite Team PNP to deliver a closing statement of 2 minutes in length.
Jamaica, the current macroeconomic figures look good, but what is your lived reality? What do you go through every single day? The reality you face is that you are living hand to mouth. You are working, but you can only afford to go to work and come back based on the wages that you earn. You are working poor. 55% of Jamaicans are considered food insecure, which means they cannot afford to eat a proper meal per day. If they go to the hospitals that Chris supposed to build, them can't find toilet paper or a bed. Jamaica, you deserve better. Time come for a better life. The next People's National Party administration will lift the tax threshold to 3.5 million, so we can put more money in the pockets of working Jamaicans. We're going to eliminate the tax on overtime so that, again, people can get a break. The same people who are working hard to build our economy. We're going to run a more efficient economy so that this thing called the Office of Plenty Ministries, that is a bottleneck where nothing can go through and it takes you a year to do something. We're going to eliminate those efficiencies so that we can grow the economy beyond 1%. We are going to ensure that anybody who is the first in their family gets a scholarship, and that means for persons who are currently at university, we're going to ensure that those who are buying a house get the $500,000 deposit. And I want to assure persons who earn over 3.5 million that this tax benefit is for you too. So what are we going to do? We're going to build a Jamaica in which all Jamaicans can feel a part of. So come September 3rd, when you go to the polling station, I want you to think carefully. I want you to use your head and put the X beside the head.
Time. Thank you. May I add that the order of the closing statement was predetermined by a coin toss. Team JLP, your 2 minutes.
My fellow Jamaicans, in 2016, you asked the Jamaica Labour Party, you gave them your vote of confidence to correct the ills within our economy caused by the People's National Party. They served 24 of 27 years and created more debt, more unemployment, more poverty than any other administration. Fast forward to today, 2025, we have the lowest poverty rate, we have the lowest unemployment rate, we have a macroeconomic stable society, we have more companies registering to start their business, we have crime that has been the monster of your business, your personal life, down the lowest in 30 years, all by the policies of this government. We still have some ways to go. Our hospital and health centers have embarked on the largest expansion and build out. They left it as a disaster. We have had to correct it. We ask you on September 3rd, give the Jamaica Labour Party the opportunity to continue the work. We have done more for you than any other administration, and certainly more than the PNP has ever done. They are now coming with a one-week plan, essentially, to get your vote by claiming 3.5 when they rejected our 1.5 when we started. They don't know how to get us there. We will get you there. We are about protecting yourselves, your families, your communities by doing what is necessary. That is all that matters. Their diversion around innuendos, rumors, targeting persons, and character assassination does not impact you in your community. It is about the water, the road, the health services, and this government has done more. On the 3rd of September, put your X beside the bell, vote for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Thank you. In the good spirit of the debates, we invite Team JLP and Team PNP to meet in the middle and shake hands. You can applaud. All right. That concludes that.
Let us go to our panel. Let me say this, Jamaica, categorically clear that this debate is more devastating for the Jamaica Labour Party, right, as it relates to the previous debate. And I'm going to point out the facts tonight. I hope the panel taking notes enough, because this debate is really devastating. The Jamaica Labour Party has no answer as it relates to the People's National Party response. Now, let us prove the facts and break them down. Tonight, we give Team PNP the big win, the clear win. And again, trust me, it is such an embarrassing beating. It is worse than the first debate. Now let us break down the facts for you as we know them, as we were listening. Number one, this is going to make the high point of tonight's debate, is what Julian Robinson said. Now, let me speak as it relates to what Julian Robinson said. Julian Robinson is the person who is the champion debater for tonight. Hands down. Julian Robinson is the champion debater for tonight. Now, why Mystic Sensation is giving Julian Robinson the champion debating tonight? Now, Julian Robinson asked, make a statement as a matter of fact, and ask Jamaica Labour Party to respond, and not one of them responded. Now let me show you what Julian Robinson said, which is the high peak of the debate tonight. Julian Robinson said, 11 of you under investigation. I am not under investigation. Can you say the same? And the entire Jamaica, the entire world was captivated by that. Anticipating for Jamaica Labour Party, one of the three, to answer as it relates to corruption, and not one of them say, I am not under investigation. This is the pinnacle of tonight, that Jamaica should now look at this and say, we are not going to vote for Jamaica Labour Party. If you have the three persons there, and where Julian Robinson came out categorically clear and said, I'm Julian Robinson. I'm Julian Robinson. It's not under investigation. Can you say the same? Jamaica listen. Jamaica anticipate for a response. Neither Dana, neither Fable, neither Tufton rebut Julian Robinson and said, I am not under investigation. Now let me juggle down now to show you how the People's National Party damage the team GLP. Now watch this now. Dana said GLP deliver the best anti-corruption score, right? That's a careless lie. Let me give Jamaica the evidence. In 2009, and Rattigan can back me, Melton Pot can back me, Prince can back me. In 2009, Jamaica Labour Party under Bruce Golding brought the anti-corruption score to 30. That is the lowest under Jamaica Labour Party. People's National Party under Mark Golding, as a result of Mark Golding, created the Integrity Commission bill that the Jamaica Labour Party passed.
Because they had no other choice.
Because they had no other choice. If people go to the electoral map in 2016, you would have seen that GLP has no other choice. They would have to pass it because the electoral map then was GLP 32, PNP 31. So we are, let me tell you something. If they have the majority, Andrew Holness would never pass the Integrity Commission Act. Jamaica need to learn that. As a matter of fact, honey, we want to show Jamaica, right, the evidence. Put up 2016 electoral map and show Jamaica. Let us show Jamaica. Right, and PNP, you understand, was GLP was 32 and PNP was 31. Right? We are going to put up that electoral map and show Jamaica said Andrew Holness has no chance. Right? Because he did not have the two-third majority, neither in the parliament nor in the Senate. And so then, that is the reason why Mark Golding integrity bill passed into law. Evidence, right? Okay. So, let us show that. And show that as a result of Mark Golding, right? With in 2016, where PNP, the electoral map, show you 32 and 31, right? We bring the score up to 44, on the corruption index. Now, Jamaica people, as a result of Andrew Holness' criminality, the level of corruption, Andrew Holness' administration brought it 4 places downward. Today, the corruption and the anti-corruption is now located at 40 under Andrew Holness. Under Andrew Holness corruption. So PNP wipe them out. Not only that, they are moving on. They are moving on. Right? Now, after accusing Peter Bunting a sweetheart deal as it relates to Kingston. That, as it relates to all of us witnessing this debate, we are all saying that, okay, Christopher Tufton, if GLP, right, have the goods and PNP, GLP, you are in government, GLP, you spend $1 million of taxpayers' money investigating the FinSAC report. Now you have the FinSAC report, you, right, currently the incumbent government. Let me ask you a question, GLP. Why don't you release the FinSAC report?
Amen.
Not going to
Simple
release
as that.
the report because the FinSAC report is going to show you that Dan Crawford had given Edward Seaga $31 million. It is going to show that Dan Crawford, as it relates to several corruption, lend mother, lend father, lend this and rare, blah, blah, blah. Also, the FinSAC report is going to show you that Adley Shaw get bailed out. And many more Jamaica Labour Party get bailed out as it relates to FinSAC. So what are you saying? Now, let me touch Favor. You show us that Favor, you understand, has no head. She's dumb as they came. Now, here, Favor, that the Jamaica Labour Party, right, is the government that had given civil workers the highest increase. Then let me ask a question. If it is so, why are you offering zero? Make that make sense, Favor. Favor, make that sense. The Jamaica Labour Party has a plan to you. Give the highest increase to civil work. Then what you caught up in now, they give zero. When your government take 200 and 300% rate. I want to shoot now, zero upon them. So we have to make it make sense. So tonight, based on these things, and the fundamental point of tonight, because we are going to go back to the investigation and show the evidence as it relates to Daryl Vaz corruption. So people are not going to So this is what I'm saying. The high point for tonight, as it relates to the debate, right? And mainstream media, social media need to carry it, is the question as it relates to, no, the statement as it relates to what Julian Robinson said. 11 of you under investigation. I am not under investigation. Can you stay the same? Let me hear back. And of course, Melting Pot, kick it away.
Thank you, Sir Byron. And I mean, I want to comment on Christopher Tufton, you know, and his behavior, because he was behaving out of character, you know, trying to discredit the facts. So tonight, I'm not going to use the term pathological and all those regular terms. I'm going to call them pugnacious liars. That's what they are. Very, very pugnacious. Because how can Christopher Tufton, yeah, knowing for a fact that his administration has not done anything to improve the era that he was highlighting. Speaking about lowest poverty for the last 12 years, lowest unemployment for the last 12 years, lowest crime rate over 30 years, reduced by 40%. That is a pugnacious lie, because we know the figures. So I wonder if Christopher Tufton know that everything can be researched in these modern times where technology is available. I could never believe what this guy was saying. And when it comes to the reality of corruption, he was using a word that a lot of Jamaicans doesn't even know what it means. Innuendo. Come on, Christopher Tufton, you're drifting like a boat on sea. You're drifting away from the reality of the question. And so it was no surprise when Julian Robinson make reference to the fact that he is not under investigation, can you and your two other counterparts say the same? You were dumb. Dumb as a rock. So Jamaican people, by extension, know who was really, saying the thing as it is from who was deflecting from the reality. We all know that Christopher Tufton has played devil's advocate with Jamaican taxpayers' money as it relates to him not having any interest in the health sector. Because Christopher Tufton, it's on his watch. One whole shipment of bad rice. Him come to kill half of people in our failing health sector that don't have no form of medication, and him talking about them provide the most medication. Christopher Tufton, you need to check your head space. You are not on the same level as the people are in Jamaica who are facing the sufferation. Because remember, you fly to Miami, that's where you get your treatment. You understand? Most of you guys. So we know that we are speaking directly on behalf of our suffering people in Jamaica. And we know what their cries are all about. Lack of resource in the hospital. Resources like bed, chairs. These things are critical things for patients to have at their needs. Because patients come in need a rest. One way or the other. Either you need to rest on your feet by sitting on a bench, or you need to rest on your back by lying on a bed. Patients also need ambulance service in the country for emergency and not having to fork up the money before them can move. It must be there because people contribute to the health sector by paying their taxes. So Tufton don't have nothing to say. Tufton was dodging the question. As a matter of fact, all of them were dodging the question and just presenting themselves to Jamaica and the entire world as pugnacious liars. And I mean, it drive me up the hill to hear these people talking about 1 week policy. No. They explain in no uncertain manner why they can move the threshold to 3.5. Because they're going to increase productivity, not by 1%, but by 2 and 3%. So Tufton need to get him head sort out. The man say one what kind of rum them a drink. Well, I think it's mad puss piss rum them a drink, and I yield back the floor.
All right. Now Spence, easy.
Thank you, Uncle Byron. All I heard from over there is just lies, personal jobs, incorrect data, favor over your mumbling as usual. Dixon is clueless. Dixon's lack of comprehension of the what's happening around her is obvious, and not understanding the questions. Tufton referring to Indians and all kind of stuff, but we know that anybody can read the IC report regarding to them on the investigation. Team PNP got more information out, stuck to the issue, stuck to the questions, answered their questions, and made more points. And they did explain themselves, and yet the GLP people claim that they did not understand or did not comprehend what the PNP is saying. They're admitting that they do not understand the policies of the PNP's manifesto. That is what I heard from the podiums more than one time. The GLP podium claiming that they do not understand the PNP's policies. Publicly, they're making those statements. And overall, when it comes to giving them a score, GLP Dixon, I give her a 3 out of 10. Tufton, 2 out of 10 for his lies and everything. Favor, I give her a 1 out of 10 because she's lost. Robinson, I give 10 out of 10. Anderson, I give her 9 out of 10. And Bountin, again, I give 9 out of 10. Overall over there, when I listen to them, as I said, the facts, they are misrepresenting the facts over GLP side. Favor does not know our numbers or figures as a person who's supposed to be financial minister. You do not know numbers. It's sad that one of the times I saw her reference to Tufton to answer a financial question that was posed to her. I'm like, why are you referring to or deferring to the Minister of Health to answer a question that is definitely your ministry, and you are supposed to be in charge of that ministry? That did not make any sense. Tufton, you shouldn't even be there because you should be an embarrassment, walking embarrassment. Cornwall Regional, we see all the health issues happening in Jamaica, travel advisory happening. We are living here. We know you're talking about water. Water where? We live in the land of water with over 120 rivers. Over 120 rivers in Jamaica. Jamaica, of all the Caribbean countries, has the most rivers. And we have water issues here. And yet there are places in the Caribbean that doesn't even have a river, and they have never ever reason to complain about water. So what are we doing? Stop lying. Stop lying. We who live here know what we are going through. And they're talking about numbers. Favor, you keep mixing up yourself. And as I said already, Julian explained the 3.5 million threshold. The PNP manifesto explained it. What more do you need to comprehend? Why are you pretending as if you do not understand what we are promising? And why are you, as the government, coming out here making promises to civil servants 1 week before election? 1 week before election, Favor, when you had 9 years, and you're lying about the JPS thing to Miss Dixon, because guess what happened? A couple months ago, Vaz came out and said that they would be having some talks with JPS regarding the contracts, that they should have started these talks 2 years ago, as our Philip Powell made public. You understand me? You cannot wait until a contract is about to end to start having talks. You should start having talks long before something so important to us. What are we going to do when the JPS contract is over next year? JLP again proved that they are not ready to run this country. They are so unprepared to run this country. So unprepared. And the other point I want to point out is this. The JLP, stopped the school bus system in 2020. That was here implemented by the PNP. They stopped it. So they're coming out now like, we know what is happening. We in the know what is happening. And we are going to make everybody know that we know that you're just conning the people. And all this, what they're talking about, scam and lies and Favor, first words were lies. Favor, nobody lies like the JLP. You are the Jamaica Lion Party. Get with it. And we know that. And I yield Uncle Byron.
Exactly. All right. Let me just take this caller before I bring in Brother Rattigan. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
People's National Party. This is the night again for the People's National Party.
Definitely.
Julian, mash it again. Julian, mash it again. What Jay say? Come with the things and proof. Come with the proof.
Exactly.
Come with the proof. PNP is ready. JP Party is a criminal government in the history of Jamaica, especially for Edward Seaga. House holding come down to Andrew Hornis is the worst. He should never be on the ballot. Yes, no way Andrew Hornish should step aside right now. He should step aside right now. Jamaica people, get up, stand up, stand up. Get rid of uncertified. Get rid of uncertified and get somebody who is certified, ready to lead Jamaica. Take Jamaica out of the mess that it is in now. I turn over everything back to you guys. I'm gonna listen to you, but Andrew Hornish, prison term loading for the whole line away, mash up Jamaica right now are the worst in the history of Jamaica. And that's my final talk until the third.
Yes,
As a
my
matter of fact, until the third, when Andrew Hornish and Mark Golding, when Mark Golding gonna mash him down because he's a criminal. We don't want no criminal to leave Jamaica. You are certified, you shouldn't be on the ballot. You should never be on the ballot. No way. Jamaica people, get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Fight against uncertified. And that's my final talk. I will listen to you guys on the block.
All right, let's have a caller. All right, Brother Rattigan, take the space.
Yes, sir. Let me just say that I was once told that if you dig in a hole and in the hole and you start throw up dirt and you say dirt will come down upon you, then you should stop digging. You know, in American football, at least at the high school level, they have something called the mercy rule, and that is when a team will get battered, them just call the game, them just stop. It was a disaster for the JLP. I felt sorry for them, to be honest with you. I feel like stop the beating, because this was a massacre. Look, Tufton, we have videos of him fishing, look like deep sea fishing from boat, a boat like what the Prime Minister did own through the company named Panarium. We have videos of him eat fish pan like a river excursion. We have videos of him ride bicycle. We have videos of him do little cottage on the grill on the beach when no far we can go. We have videos of him selling books. We have videos of him traveling to recruit nurses that he allowed to leave Jamaica because of the wage, the meager wages that they were paid. And then we have him tonight to answer all kinds of questions. We have no concept, we have no idea about what going on. It was so ludicrous to watch him. I get the answer. And I try the answers. Them they were more generic than anything else. And then you realize, wait a minute, this man is the Minister of Health. And then you talk about all of the failings of the health system. I said, but him should have spent him attention and deal with that. And hear him come and say, oh, we inherited from the PNP. That the excuse the whole, it tired, it worn out. You're right. You convinced people said the PNP wasn't good for the country, and you got it. 9 going on 10 years. The question is, what have you done with it? Not what did they give me, what have you done with it? I remember Colin Powell tell George Bush, him say, if you broke it, are yours. If you broke it, is yours. You inherit it, you have it, is yours. You can't go back 10 years and not blame people for it, because you already blame them already to get in office and say, I am going to fix the problem. So now the time is tell us how you fixed it, not tell us about what happened 10 years ago. Foolishness. Faval, Williams, that's a lady who afraid of her own shadow. She look like if it's a boo, she just run out of the room. I drop down, and it's like the Jamaican people. Believe me, this again is another example of putting a square peg in a round hole. All of the 3 of them you see up there, no square pegs in round holes. Them no fit, and because them no fit, they cannot. Their efforts cannot result in benefit to the Jamaican people. Favor highly incompetent. I am convinced of that tonight. And you know why? She was over at the Ministry of Technology. She failed. They moved her over to the Ministry of Education. She failed even miserably. She failed over there. And now them bring her over finance, an area in which she's supposed to excel because of her education and her experience. And she's a dismal failure. That lady, she needs to take care of herself. If nobody else will ask her to leave, she needs to do, well, anyway, the third will come up. Dixon. Now we hear from Dixon tonight a revelation. I hear from her something tonight that I never thought I would hear from the government. And that is GDP to debt, no mean nothing to the average man. You know why? Because that's what I've been selling. They've been saying, oh, our GDP to debt is the greatest. It's down in the 70s and blah, blah, blah. Which, by the way, is nonsense because Japan's GDP to debt, or debt to GDP, is over 200. And Japan now complain. And Japan is doing very well, thank you. Jamaica, them claims are 70, and look where we're there. And she come out tonight and she said to the ordinary person, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Thank you very much for that soundbite, because you're going to hear it a lot, at least from my program, between now and next week. We don't have much time, but we're going to play it. And then she come out and she start trying to defend the rural school bus system and Daryl Vaz. My goodness gracious. That is something she should stay away from.
Exactly.
She should stay away from it, you know. And she come out and she mentioned it. Look, I hear some misrepresentation. I hear some lies tonight. Unemployment. There's the lowest unemployment in the history of Jamaica. How many times do we have to tell them that you can say, and you would be correct, that the unemployment rate now is the lowest it's ever been, or the lowest it's been since January of 2024. You know why? Because in January of 2024, they changed the methodology and starting, I've sent you the video so you play. The starting came out on Cliffviews Radio nationwide, and they said, you can't make the comparisons apples and oranges, because before, if you weren't working, you were considered unemployed. Now, you have to not be working and not be actively looking for a job to be considered unemployed. So if you're not working now and you say, I've given up on looking for a job, I've given up because I can't find one, guess what? You're not unemployed. You're not unemployed. That's the new rule, right? That if you're unemployed, you're not unemployed unless you're actively looking for a job. All of this changed in January 2024, and Statin says you cannot make a comparison and say it is the lowest it's ever been in history, because you'd be incorrect. People are hoping to get this. So if you run across people who are telling this foolishness about this unemployment is the lowest it's ever been, it's a damn lie. Unemployment, when you add up the categories, unemployment is closer to about 10% right now. Not 3%, closer to 10%. Then I hear about no new taxes. People don't make them telling you this nonsense. Here's a question them can't answer. Have you increased taxes? Them can't answer that. They cannot answer that. Because they have increased taxes.
Exactly.
But them come and say, no new taxes, and people are not listening carefully. And you know what's troubling? Even if we're not listening carefully, if we just apply that to our situation and say, well, wait a minute, we used to pay $1 for a bird 9 years ago. I know me I pay $5 for the bird. Then how it gone up to $5? If we used to pay this for transportation, I know me I pay this. How that happened? If we used to buy a rum back in 2016, 2017, I'm going to pay this much. I know me up here. How it gone up? If we used to buy gas, how it gone up? These people think. And the last thing we have to talk about is the Integrity Commission. My goodness gracious. What a killer. What a killer. When Julian said to them, declare yourselves. And up to now, nobody no declare themselves. Nobody to declare themselves. Because
Amen.
I'm not in it, and then next week the thing come out to them. So they can't declare themselves. They can't. And then as far as the matter about innuendos and this and that, the prime minister they matter about, all the prime minister had to do, and he can still do it, is withdraw the action and give the Integrity Commission the information they're looking for. And all will be well.
Thank you.
That's
Amen.
all. That's
Amen.
all.
Amen.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rati. We are going to get back to the investigation tonight, as it relates to Daryl Vaz, and we are going to prosecute Daryl Vaz. Now, let us get into the situation as it relates to Daryl Vaz. Let us bring up the evidence. Hold on, before we get let me just give Ms. P right, a quick 2 minutes, Sister P, because we are going to get into the investigation.
Good night, Sister P.
Look here, what a devastation. Down to John Davis. We already watch that part of it there. When favor like John look at him out here and the camera but he realize. Like him say, where woman I say? Jamaican people who no see say they like an idiot. They don't go know if it thief and tell lie. Come the 3rd September, put the X beside the head.
All right.
Jamaican people, they have your heart and gut. I'm fighting to the content about all boss. What about an insulting woman? Class.
All right, blessings, Sister P, because we are going to get into what is extremely serious, and we're going to expose, right, the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to Daryl Vaz tonight. So, wifey, get back into the clip, right, at the end of that, where what Daryl Vaz is saying. Now, Jamaica, this is serious with this investigation. Yes, let's try it back a little bit here. And let's listen to Daryl Vaz. And yes, so play that. Let us take
These
it.
engines, internationally renowned. The highest mileage on a bus is 170,000 kilometers. The lowest is about 60,000. They are doing 15 to 20,000 miles per year because they travel in the morning and the evening and are not regular buses that are plying the routes for 12 to 18 hours a day. Therefore, if you do the math, you will see that these bus engines and transmissions have between 10 and 15 years of life left for the Jamaican people to benefit from. I go further. The average age of the buses is 10 years old. That's the average, 10 to 11 years.
All right. You said, Daryl Vaz, that we need to do the maths. Now, Jamaica, if you research this, when the bus reached 150,000 kilometers per hour, it simply means that the bus would have reached its fullest use. And so then that most of those buses that accumulate that mileage would have decommissioned from out of the system. Now, Daryl Vaz said, and I want Jamaica to do this math. Daryl Vaz said, let me repeat what Daryl Vaz said right here. Daryl Vaz said, each bus, right, as it relates to United States standard, would have done 20,000 kilometers for the year. Now, Jamaica, let us do the maths. Daryl Vaz said the average bus, the average age on the bus is 10 years. Right? Rattigan or melting pot, more you do the maths, do the calculation. Daryl Vaz said, right, as it relates to United States standard, that each year the bus supposed to run at least 20,000. Right? Remember, when the bus reached 150,000 kilometers per hour, those buses considered to be decommissioned. Now, watch this now. If we are to do the maths, let us accept what Daryl Vaz said out of his own mouth. If we are to accept that, and let us calculate as it relates to what he said, right, that the age bus, 2010. So 2010, where today it's 25, it's 15 years. Melting pot, Rattigan, Pinks, I want you to multiply 20,000 miles times 15 and tell me what you get.
300,000.
30,000.
Rattigan, how you rush it, sir? Investigate when I investigate. So then, Jamaica. But Daryl Vaz said, do the maths. Daryl Vaz didn't want me to do the maths. Because now that we have done the maths, Daryl Vaz, you'd have seen that the buses that you brought into Jamaica, right, had exceeded, right, their limit, their usage. And so then you shouldn't have brought these buses here in Jamaica, because now they have exceeded over 300,000. Right? Now, this is a catastrophe. And you, Daryl Vaz. No. So that is one evidence. That is one evidence. As it relates to the figure where you get Ratty. What's the figure again?
300,000.
300,000.
So we have seen that the bus exceeded its limitation by ×2. The buses exceeded their limitation ×2. And so then, under no circumstances, these buses should be here in Jamaica. They should now service for the scrap metal. And Daryl Vaz, out of his own mouth, said to us, Jamaica, that each bus, as it relates to American standard, will run a total of 20,000 kilometers. And so then if the age of the bus is 2010, now you're talking about a 15 years age on the bus. And if you multiply 15 by the 20,000, you have got now 300,000. So Daryl Vaz, you need to speak to us. Now, let me say something. As it relates to Pernell Charles Jr. Jamaica. Pernell Charles Jr. had opened a new can of worms for Daryl Vaz. And now it's going to put Daryl Vaz in a serious bind and the entire Jamaica Labour Party, particularly where the cabinet is concerned. The evidence of what Pernell Charles revealed to us on that debate. Now find the Pernell Charles clip. Let us show Jamaica what Pernell Charles had revealed to us. Pernell Charles, you know that when you are going to speak these things, the investigators out here, and you cannot speak. But we thank you for the truth that you have spoken. Now let us hear you, because I want the Jamaican people to hear you.
We want to keep our children safer. And we are using the savings. The Jamaica Labour Party is doing what the PNP has not and cannot do. We want to keep our children safer. And we are using the savings, $1 billion savings from the JUTC, where we have cut theft of diesel and shifted to CNG, to buy 110 new buses at $1.4 billion for our children. The parents receive $180,000 per year annually per child, and the children will be safer, greater attendance, they'll be safer at school, cameras, wardens. Why not? The country.
Take him away. Take him away. Ratigan. Pink.
Yep. We all heard him.
Have heard Pernell Charles Jr. said the Jamaica Labour Party government. So where am I going? The source of fund as it relates to where they so-called got the money from to buy the 110 garbage buses. And let us not say 110 garbage buses, because we For this, as we speak, is roughly about 20-something bus came in on the island. So
Right.
our $1.4 billion. Now, let me get into the serious matter of this. Colonel Charles said that the source of funds came from the JUTC. This
Right.
is very serious for the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, let us show the evidence. Now, and this is going to go into procurement situation where we're going to make, right, the expert witness Rattigan speak on this. Let us show the evidence that JUTC did not make any profit. And if JUTC did not make any profit,
Where
then
did the money come from?
you have taken $1.4 billion from JUTC. Let me show the evidence to you, Colonel Charles, that JUTC did not make any profit. Now, evidence number one, JUTC bleeds. NWC, FSC also projecting red. They know Andrew Ownless claim said the economy is running good. Our Flavor Williams claim said the economy is running good. We have JUTC bleeds, NWC bleeds, FSC also projecting red. Only tell them make no sense. Now, and let me show the date. February 17, 2025. See the evidence of people. Published Monday, February 17, 2025. This is the evidence that is going against Colonel Charles, Daryl Vaz, and the entire cabinet. Now, billions of tax dollars will again be pumped into the cash-strapped Jamaica Urban Transit Company Limited, JUTC, for the 2025 to 2026 financial year, as the state-owned entity is projecting and operating a loss of about 13.84 billion and a total loss of nearly 18 billion before a government grant is taken into consideration. Take this away. Now, Jamaica, let me plug in the bombshell for Jamaica now. Jamaica, how many of us are aware that the chief engineer, as it relates to Daryl Vaz's ministry, run away from the country? Jamaica, listen. The chief engineer that in charge of procurement rules and procurement process. When the $1.4 billion bus saga exposed Jamaica, the world, listen to me, the chief engineer run away from Jamaica. Now, based on my investigation, there are other things that Daryl was involved in, and we are going to show it. We also know that it is Daryl Vaz who employed Keisha Mack. Jamaica, listen to me tonight. I want you to listen to me tonight. We're going to bring the evidence. Now bring up the evidence and show where the chief engineer run away from Jamaica under silence, just like how Dunstan Bryan run away from Jamaica. Let us show the evidence. Here it is, the Office of the Service Commission, right? Putting out the job. Here it is, circular number 249, permanent secretaries, head of department, and chief executive officers are asked to invite applications from suitably qualified officers in their ministries, department, agencies to fill the following vacant posts in the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. Daryl Vaz, you are at the helm of this. Now, let us show Jamaica the evidence. The Chief Technical Director, Corporate Service, salary range from 11 million to 15 million per annum. And this man, run down. This man, run down. It's vacant. Now you're putting out application to employ someone new. So where is he? Now, let us get to the Chief Technical Director, Corporate Service, job purpose. Let us read the job purpose and show you, right, what he is responsible for. Job purpose, under the general direction of the Permanent Secretary, and as one of the key advisors to the Permanent Secretary, the Chief Technical Director, Corporate Services, provides technical and advisory direction to the staff of the ministry. The CTD is responsible for effective corporate service by planning, directing, coordinating, and overseeing the activities of human resource management and development, procurement. Let me read back that over. CTD, the Chief Technical Director, will run with God. That relates to him from Daryl Vaz ministry. As a result of the buses, the $1.4 billion, the CTD is responsible. Let me show what the CTD is responsible. The CTD is responsible for effective corporate service by planning, directing, coordinating, and overseeing the activities of the human resource management and development, procurement, administration, information technology, transportation management, customer service, and documentation, information, and access services programs. The incumbent is also accountable for the ministry's leadership in strategic direction and evidence-based policy relating to corporate services. Additionally, the CTD is responsible for ensuring that support services are appropriate, attracting qualified personnel, and offering guidance on procurement. Let me read that back over. And offering guidance on procurement, corporate communications, public relations, asset management, organizational development, PMS, access to information, transportation, and office services. The CTD will ensure that the strategic objectives are carried out in line with the goals of the ministry. Take it away. So then, this man, run down, left the country as a result of the exposure that the $1.4 billion was used. But let us ask some questions. Let us ask some questions. So Daryl Vaz, based on Colonel Charles Jr., is it true that the $1.4 billion came from JUTC? JUTC has not shown any improvement over years. They are bleeding. So then, Daryl Vaz, let me ask you, is it a situation as it relates to you and the gentleman that run gone have a culture running from JUTC and robbing from other entity. And that is the reason why JUTC is not seeing a profit. And you are not controlling the bleeding. So then let me ask you, Daryl, if JUTC has lost over $13.4 billion, then Daryl, why are you taking $1.4 billion from JUTC? Now, I am going to hand over this to Brother Rattigan to speak to us as it relates to procurement guidelines. Brother Rattigan, take over the ship.
Well, Minister Vaz has a myriad of problems. One of them is procurement. And there is a law that governs procurement, and it's called the Public Procurement Act. It was passed in 2015. It was amended in 2018, and it was further amended in March of this year. And there's a section in it that says that the public, it talks about the different types of procurement. You know, you have restricted, where you have up to minimum of 3 people that you can give out a bid to. It doesn't have to be to the whole world. You can just give it to 3 people. And then there's one where you can just give it to 1 person. And there are circumstances under which you can give it to one person. One of them is emergency. And we've heard Minister Vaz mention that term, say it was an emergency procurement. Well, the first thing is, the law says that there are certain procurements that doesn't come under the Public Procurement Act. Like certain parts of it doesn't apply to it. One of them is emergency. And it tells you what's an emergency. And as we know constitutionally, an emergency, public emergency, is insurrection, meaning somebody tried to take over the government, a coup, war with a foreign state, and the third one is natural disaster, or like a pandemic. Minister Vaz's emergency doesn't fit within any one of these. But then it goes on to say, it lays out the whole thing, and it starts telling you that if it's an emergency, then you have to be able to say what the emergency is. You have to be able to articulate it. And then he said he went to the PPC with it first, and he got approval. Then he went to the cabinet. Now, if there's an emergency, based on the way it's written, he didn't have to go to the PPC, but he had to file some documentation showing that there really was an emergency and articulate it. Now, what's the emergency? He said the emergency is the safety of the school children, because I forgot the number. School children were dying in road accidents. Now, that has been going on for quite some time. So we have he declared an emergency. He said it was an emergency just before an election. But what's interesting is the Prime Minister came out and said, we have been working on this rural school bus program for the last 9 years. So the question is, if you've been working on it for 9 years, why is there no an emergency? Why? What's the emergency? I submit to you, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, that Minister Vaz cannot substantiate the emergency requirement. Cannot substantiate it. And so I've asked for the paperwork. I said, I want to see all the paperwork associated with this purchase. And they've said to me, we lost your questions for 21 days. And they know that we have your questions. We won't be able to give it to you till after the election. It's fine. It's fine. Because we'll get it at some point in time. We'll get it. And we are going to see exactly what happened here. Because he said he went to the US. No, he said the ministry, JUTC, ministry people went to the US to conduct inspection of the vehicles. And who went with him? The supplier. Who's the supplier? El Hydro. Or at least that's what he said, or the facilitator. He said El Hydro facilitated the vehicles coming into Jamaica. But there's another person, and if you look on the invoice that's floating around, there's a person up in Chicago. Some people have referred to him by another, by a name I won't mention, but we're looking into that person. We have the name, we're going to conduct the background investigation. And I'm telling you, let me just make up, you know what? Let me make a statement. Mark Jefferson Golding, I'm speaking to you directly. If you want to put these people behind bars, here's what you do. Come the 3rd, the 4th, call me and just say, Rattigan, we want to establish a position as a consultant, a legal and a law enforcement consultant for this case, just one case, just this one case, this 1.4 billion case. We want to establish you as our point of contact. When you run with the police, what them having at the embassy, run with the police there, bring somebody that we can work with. And then you open up a case in Jamaica. I will show you how to open up the case. I will come to Jamaica at my own expense if need be. And I will go with you to the embassy and let us open up that case. And when we open up that case, I will come back here and I will go to Chicago along with the FBI. And we're going to find, we know where the person is right now. We know where the person is right now. We have him name and we know him there. And I'm telling you this because here's what happened. When we knock on that door and we go in, that man is going to tell us every single thing we need to know. And that man can't run away because he have a business, he have a family, he have a house, not going anywhere. And wherever him go, we are going to find him. That man is going to tell us everything we need to know or confirm the things that we already know. Because we have information indicating that monies were paid to people per bus. Per bus. Now, Mr. Golding, I don't want a salary. This I do for my people, particularly the children. I don't want a, it would be my pleasure to do this. And like I said, me not look no job. But this one initiative, just one initiative, and then that's it. We have to get to the bottom of the story because what Minister Vaz has told us is absolutely, and I'm positive about this, not true, what he's told us. In fact, he said, you know how we got involved with this? He said, oh, I was thinking about it and blah, 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 blah. And I received a call from a person who said, I can get your buses in America. If you believe that, I have 3 bridges I can sell in New York. In fact, I'll sell you 1 and give you 2. That's what I'll do. This Thursday, we're going back to my bus, my $1 bus, and we're going to conduct some interviews. I will be making some announcements from my $1 bus. And just so you know, people, we are in the process right now of getting more of those buses. And Mystic, I can't begin to tell you how many teachers, how many schools, how many churches, how many communities have reached out to me and said, who want the bus now? Who want them $1 bus there? Exactly. And so what I'm doing, I'm going to assemble all of these buses and we're going to come up with a plan so that we can get these buses to help out these communities. Now, keep this in mind. Those buses are not for transporting children to school because we know that those buses are inherently dangerous for children. We know this. How do we know this? The same people who sell Daryl Vaz the bus, then put something out. The EPA put out something, same US government, and they said these buses, they cause asthma, cancer, and even affect brain development in children.
Whoa.
And these are the buses, and then the environment. And remember, we big fan environment now because even in the manifesto from 2016 all the way through 2025, them talk about cleaning up the environment. These buses are not good for the environment, and we can show you the EPA reports and other reports showing it. And the reason why there are so many of these school buses available is simply because the U.S. government wants to get rid of them. And they, in 2021. They put up Congress put up a $5 billion grant to all the states, and they said, listen, here's money to change out your fleet because we don't want these buses for our children. We don't want these buses for an environment. And so those buses became readily available. And here I have a speech, I have Daryl Vaz's speech where he was saying, oh, it was difficult to get those buses. But BS. You can get those buses for $1 or free. If Daryl Vaz had gotten up off his ass, if he really wanted to help the people, let's say the buses were fine. Let's say the buses, no problem. If he really wanted to help the people of Jamaica, particularly the children, he would have flown to the school districts, various school districts, and he would have said to them, listen, we have an issue in Jamaica with absenteeism. We have all of these issues with passing rate in exams simply because children cannot get to school. They would have given him those buses for free. I have an example where they gave a school district in Florida gave away 40 of these buses, 40, to a private organization. He could have gotten these buses for zero. Instead, we see an invoice with thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And then he also said that they had to pay concession. He said they had to pay surface expenses to get the buses to the ports. And then he said he got a lot of buses from New York. No, come on, Minister Vaz. If you got your buses from Dade County and Broward County, how much does it cost to get to the port? $10? And if you pay a driver, well, $100, it don't cost much. And then think about these people. He said that they pay a concession, which I think is like around 20 or 30%. So the government is charging the government. See if you understand that one there. But here's the way you get around it. You get they're not thinking because they don't want to think. They have other purposes in mind. What they simply could have done is say, look, we have a person, the head of state of Jamaica is not the prime minister. It is King Charles. And King Charles is represented by the governor general. And the governor general, based on his status and based on the law, he pays no taxes, no duties, no tariffs, nothing. He pays zero. All they had to do, Mystic, was they said, listen, let's bring in these buses. I'm talking about if the buses were good buses and they're bringing in the buses. They could have simply said, okay, here's how we get around the law. Let the governor general become the patron of the rural school bus program, put up him logo upon it, and then bring the buses in for free. And make him cut some ribbons, make him drive by one of the buses, make him give a speech, and make him say, this program is run through, is under the auspices of my office. Zero tariffs, zero taxes, zero duty. They could have done that. But instead, they brought these buses to Jamaica. And these buses, like I said, the buses that we're assembling, people have reached out to me and said, listen, pastors, and they say, we need a bus so that we can pick up with the elderly and the invalid and the age. We can pick them up, bring them to church on a Sunday. We're only going to use the bus like on a Sunday and maybe one day during the week. I have schools calling me and say, we want to do a little food truck thing. Send us the buses. Every day I get calls about these buses. What I would suggest is this, simply this. The government should rescind the implementation of the program, not the program itself, but implement the way they're doing it. Take these buses off the roads, right? Turn them into learning centers. Refurbish them or retrofit them into learning centers. Give them to communities so that a soccer team can, when they have a football game, them can transport the players or whatever. And then go ahead and do what should have been done in the first place. Get some coaster buses. The money that he spent for this 110 monstrosities, end of life buses, he could have gotten some really good coasters and he could have gotten 220 and have change. And he never have to worry about a retrofit because the steering wheel upon the side and it should have that side. Retrofit because the door upon the side, it should have that side. And when you go to Japan, and I know this, and Mr. Vaz knows this because he was chairman of the Used Car Association. He was pioneering bringing in deportees in Jamaica way back when. You go and you order 110 buses from these people and you say, listen, I want Wi-Fi, I want this, I want that. Everything put in the bus before them come to Jamaica. And guess what? When them come to Jamaica, everybody can fix coaster and the parts are readily available. So I don't know why he didn't do it. But all I can tell you is that procurement that he did, and the other thing, you just put up the gentleman who was in charge of procurement. That was his job. That was Minister Vaz's job. And Minister Vaz, what did he say? He said, I cross all the T's and I dot all the I's. I did all of this on my own. I went out and I did this. That's not his job. That's not his job. That job falls to the permanent secretary who delegated that job to the chief technical director for corporate services. And so we have a huge problem now with it. But here is something else, my people. As much as we want to crucify Daryl Vaz, and in short order, I think we will. I think we will, because this story is not going away. Here are some people who should be crucified. The Prime Minister and the rest of the cabinet. And you know why? Because Daryl Vaz said, the whole of them sign off on it. Him say, them sign off. Him say, oh, we think, when the lady asked him, say, it was approved by the Public Procurement Commission. It was approved by the cabinet. And further on in that interview, him said, they went and they found the money and they gave me the money. The whole of them. So here's what we have to do now, people. This Saturday, I want to tune in because we don't have time to do it right now. We're going to start up a drive to request a special audit to be conducted by the Auditor General. Special audit. Here is why. And this is a slam dunk case. We will be able to show that this was an improper use of public funds. That public funds should have been spent to buy coaster buses, to do all of this. We know that JUTC buses, some of the routes, they're not profitable, people not riding them. So what they should have done is come up with a feeder system. So they get a few coaster buses that can go up in the hills, deal with the terrain and go up and bring the children them down on the flat. And then you have some of these JUTC buses that are unprofitable. You reroute some of these buses so that all they do is pick up children on the flat, carry them to school, bring them back. That's what they should have done. But they didn't do it. And because we are able to prove that we are able to prove that there was mismanagement, there was waste, possibly fraud, possibly corruption. Guess what the Auditor General can do? Under the Public Procurement Act and under the Financial Administrative and Audit Act, 2 laws in Jamaica, she can recommend something called a surcharge. Very dangerous action, because you know what surcharge say? Surcharge say, give me back my money. And it's individually, the government not paying this for them. This a come out of them pocket. And remember, Grace McLean said that them didn't want to do that for the 12 million. And what happened? Them waited for the 3-year statute of limitation to run out. Then, because you have 3 years for do it. Under one law, it's 3 years from the date the incident occurred.
Yeah.
Second one is
124 million, not 12.
No. She's 12. No, she's 12. Dean Roy Bernard is responsible for 110. And then they went to her and they tell her, look, these people should not have, the Joint Tertiary Commission should have not gotten that money. Don't give them any more money. Then she went and she gave them 10 because Dean Roy Bernard was the permanent secretary at the time. And them keep a party theme. All of this is laid out in the Auditor General's report. And Dean Roy Bernard gave them 110 and Grace McLean gave them the rest, 10, 12, whatever. So they went after her for the 12, they went after her, not for the 120 something. And they waited 3 years between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education. They dilly-dally. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental or negligence. I don't know which one. But the fact of the matter is that the case was not brought to court in a timely fashion. And the judge fling it out and said, no, it's 3 years. So we have plenty of time now, people, but we need to make the Auditor General do it now, because guess what happened now? We do something. We do an estimate around here. And based on, and we're not even talking about $1 buses. We say the buses, them go up to, you can say we can pay $6,000, $7,000 for the buses. And when we do the cost for the buses, we do the cost for the shipment, we do the cost for the refurbishing, we do the cost for the retrofitting, we do the cost for the concession. We do everything to get the bus from here and land it in Jamaica so it can start working. All of that come out to 1.7 million US dollars, and them get 8.8. About approximately 8.8 million him get. And where we know 110 of these buses which should cost less than $2 million. Landed, ready to go. So the question is, where money there? Where is our money? We want our money. And people, this is what you call a surcharge action. Just think about it like, give me back my money. Just think about it like. And once that comes, it's against every single one of the cabinet, every member of the cabinet, because Daryl Vaz threw them under the bus, so to speak. He said, I them give me the money, me bring the plan, and them finance it. So unless you want me to talk about something else, Mr. Khan, we can't go on for the whole night because, and I don't think you want me to do that. But the long and short of it, people. Oh, the other thing too, we did a survey, and I'm looking at it right now in America, and it says the average lifespan, now we know this, the average lifespan of a school bus in America is between 12 and 13 years. 12 and 13 years. And the average mileage where them have to take it out of commission is about 170,000 miles. Now, we already hear, based on what the figures that Minister Vaz gave us, that we have buses in Jamaica that we imported with about 300,000 miles. Now, the buses that he brought in, the first set, 26 that he brought in, here are the ages of those buses. 12 of those buses of the 26, 12 of them, approximately 12 of them, there's a question about one of them, but 12 of them, they're 12 years old. No, sorry, they're 15 years, 15, I think they're 15 years old.
Because they're 2010.
2010, yeah, they're 15 years old. Think about that, people. 12, yeah, no, I have it right here, yeah. 12 of those buses of the 26, 12 of them, 15 years old. Now remember now, the average lifespan, the average lifespan is between 12 and 13 years old. And Minister Vaz saw it fit to help the people and the children of Jamaica by bringing in 15-year-old buses that pass the expiration date. And you think them pay enough money for them buses there? You think so? 2011, 3. 2014, 7, and 2015, 4. So him have no bus, you might have no, of the 26 that we examine, none of them earlier than or is later than 2015. It's 2010, 2011, 2014, 2015, and the overwhelming majority of those buses, they're 15 years old. 15 years old. And then bring them buses, come get our children them. Now keep in mind now, yours truly, Rattigan, own a bus, a school bus, a 44-seater, $1.
$1.
You bring it closer to where you leave it out the same way.
Me I go up there, me leave it. It can't park in front of me. It's too big. So me I go up there. Me go up there every Thursday. Go visit the bus man. Drive it. Make sure everything nice on it and everything. And no, believe me, people. We have a meeting now this Thursday. We're gonna meet with the big wigs them, and we're gonna talk about now how we can get as many buses as we can, because with them there, them have the parking space. Them different acres and acres of land. So them say we have the parking space. So we have the title, we have the bill of sale. The only thing we know about the key in case them have to move it. But the man them say, are your thing this, right? And I just want to say this one last thing to the people of Jamaica. I am in the process right now of getting wheelchairs, walkers, medical supplies for our people in Jamaica. I will be meeting on Thursday with some folks, and God willing, I will have a supply that I can send down, hopefully before Christmas, so that it can go to the needy and that they can have a happy holidays moving around, as opposed to just sitting down wondering where them going to get a wheelchair from, where them going to get a walker from, or whatever. So continue to send the prayers them this way. especially for Thursday, because I'm meeting with some folks. And if it works out, just like with the boss, everything will be fine, people. Everything will be fine.
Amen.
All right, hold on the Ratty. Hold on the Ratty. I have a very serious question to ask you. And I want you to consider this question in terms of, you answering this question. Horace Chang is saying that the cabinet did not sign off on these buses.
Huh?
Now I am asking you, Brother Rattigan, since Horace Chang is saying that the cabinet did not sign off on these buses, my question to you, how Daryl Vaz got the money without the cabinet secretary signature?
That's if it's true, we're looking at some serious violations of law and procedures and protocols, because that purchase must go through the permanent secretary. So the permanent secretary implicated in this, the man who run gun, we have to go bring him back, right? Because I suspect that something happened, that why in the middle of this, the man just said, I'm out of here, and them have to advertise him job. Something is wrong there. And you're right, the cabinet secretary, I forgot answer. I can't see how this purchase could have been made possible without cabinet involvement. I don't see how. I don't see how. So if that is true, Mystic, if that is true, the Minister Vaz is in a whole heap of trouble. And in fact, a lot of them in a trouble because we have Minister Charles, he must say the money come from JUTC, and we know JUTC never part for peace, and excuse the French. So them have no money. So how them can come out with 1.4 billion when they might get money subsidies from the government and them still can't make up them operating costs? Makes absolutely no sense. So if you have that information, please send it to me, because right now I have to send something off to the Auditor General. So and here's what happened. A lot of people make a complaint to the Auditor General. I'm not making a complaint. I'm prosecuting a case, because I'm going to give her everything up front. I'm going to give her all of the research that we've done around here. I'm going to put it in and send it after and say, here's all the research we did in America. We can show you that these buses, they go from $0 to about $3,500. We can show that. We can also show the cost to get it to the port. We can also show the cost for sea freight. We can show the cost for the concession. We can show the cost for the refurbishing, and we can show the cost for the retrofitting. And then we say, make Minister Vaz come now and show you film paperwork. I mean, I have something for Minister Vaz. I mean, no Minister Vaz. Nothing personal, it's just business. It's the Jamaican people business. If them think they say, if them think so, them are going to give a bogus invoice, at least on this side in America, if them think them are giving a bogus invoice over Yasso, they make a sad mistake. Them can't do it at Jamaica, but them cannot do it here. They cannot do it here, because when we knock on the man the door, may I tell you, he's going to spill his guts. He's going to talk everything will happen. And Daryl Vaz, if there's a possibility of him going to jail for anything he's ever done, this is it. This 1.4 billion is the one that is causing him not sleep at night time, cannot sleep at night. By the way, Jamaican people, think about it like this. Think of all of us as shareholders in a company called Jamaica. And we hire the board of directors to manage our affairs. And they went out and they make some foolish spending like this. And then when you, the shareholders, remember you put them there now, and you pay them salary, you everything. And when you, the owners, the financiers, the employers, you say to your employees, you say to your servants, why did you spend the money that way? And how did you spend it? Why did you spend it that way? And if the answer you get from your board of directors is you're too bad mind, time for you to fire them. No, make think about you run your business. You hire somebody and them in a procurement, and them spend your money foolishly. And you say, what kind of foolishness is that? Where you go buy that for? And the person said to you, say, you too damn bad mind. Where you would have do with that person there? And so I am asking the people of Portland, I am asking them to take a good look at this board member. I am asking them to take a good look at how he spent 1.4 billion. They have a stake in this as well. And I'm asking them to think about the buses, the deficient buses that he's taking to their communities to pollute the place and cause problems for the children, upper respiratory problems, brain development problems, cancer problems, all of these problems. And tell me, because I'm not run the business now, you know, tell me if you're going to keep this director, this board member, if you're going to keep this board member on the board, I submit to you that you should not. And I know in your heart of hearts, you know you should not. But on the 3rd, we have the big shareholders meeting where you can vote out the board members them. And I suggest to you, think about your interests, think about your children's interests, think about the community's interests, and by extension, think about Jamaica's interests. $1.4 billion misspent. They have to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
No, sir.
Thank you for that, Brother Ratty. Let me just squeeze in Melting Pot in the space.
Yeah, I want to add something to what Saratigan just said, because as it relates to El Hydro, yeah, Vaz is claiming that El Hydro is the manufacturer dealer representative in Jamaica.
Melting Pot, let me answer that question there. You can call Thomas Buses, you can call Bluebird, you can call International, you can call Freightliner. And you only have to ask them. Don't even ask them if El Hydro is their representative. Just ask them, do you have a representative for the Caribbean? Living in the Caribbean, do you have a representative? And the answer is going to be, my brother, no.
No.
We don't.
We know that. We know that. Because the simple fact of the matter, the Caribbean does not use these buses.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And in fact, in Guatemala, you know what they do with these buses? There's a man who comes to America every month or so. He buys these buses at auction for $2,000 to $3,000. He buys nothing more than $3,000. And when them take them back to Guatemala, you know them call them chicken buses because they used to use them to transport chickens. That's what them used to use them for. No, them convert them and farmers use them. They use them here too in America. They convert them and farmers use them to transport, to bring their produce from the farm to market. And sometimes them use them, convert them for food trucks. That's what they do with them. But they don't bring people. Think about this. Think about this. Me, I beg you know. If the buses are not good for American children, if the buses are inherently dangerous to American children, so much so that the US government come up with a $5 billion program to change out the buses. Why did Minister Vaz think that they would be good for the American children? Is it because our constitution tough that emissions from the diesel burning trucks and buses and that them not bother our constitution, that we find we can breathe in all of that stuff, that the American children are so weak that them can't deal with it, but we can deal with it? Then if that is the case, I'd like him to show me that study. I'd like him to show me that university study that says Jamaican children can breathe in these noxious fumes and nothing will happen to them. They'll develop into productive members of society. They'll be fast like bulls. They'll be do that. I want him show me that. People, let's just call it for what it is. It was a scheme. The emergency was not any safety or security of the children. The emergency was the election. That's the emergency.
Thank you. Yeah.
And so we need the money. And Melting Pot raises a good point, because El Hydro is in the business. And go to your website. Go to El Hydro's website. You will not see anything about buses there. You know what you're going to say? Grease, lubricants, all kinds of chemical things you're going to see there.
chemical business place, you know, that them deal with
Nothing about buses. Nothing about buses. Nothing about buses. And part of the emergency plan, part of the emergency procurement is that the person you're giving the contract to must have experience in that area. And they must say they're the only ones who can get you that product. You can't get it from anybody else. It's not available to the government, and that's why. And then that is just to give them the contract, but there must be an emergency for you to do that. And so when you ask him what's the emergency, you know what he's going to tell you? Oh, children are dying. Oh, so they weren't dying last year. They weren't dying the year before. They weren't dying in 20. By the way, people I want to understand this. In 2017, all of us, Jamaican taxpayers, we gave Ruel Reid, Dean Roy Bernard, and Grace McLean $200 million to establish a rural school bus program in 2017. Ruel Reid came out in August of 2017 and said the program is going to be launched in September the following month. To date, we haven't heard any accounting about that money. No accounting. We don't know if a bus was purchased. We don't know if them give to the taxi drivers. Then we don't know if them buy bicycle or if they give them to the parents and say pay the tax if you take it. We have no accounting. $2017 million, not 2025. That was when the exchange rate was 150 or something like that. And that money is gone. This is a disgrace. People must be held accountable for this, man.
Have to. And this is why in Iraqi, this is why, 6,314,200,000,000 has gone to corruption from the previous GLP administration, which Andrew Wallace was a part of, which is the Bruce Golding administration, and Andrew Wallace's current administration, a combined total of 6,314,200,000,000 has been wiped out by corruption, nepotism, and cronyism as it relates to contracts being awarded to unqualified people. When you look at the bin scandal, 35 million for bin, some look at all drum. What can go so? What can go so? There's also an MP, a GLP MP in Portmore who awarded her daughter 80,000 in contract, and she was unqualified. What can go so? And the list goes on and on and on. You know, and this is wrong. You cannot use taxpayers' money at your own, ledger.
Well, on the melting pot. See, OZ Mandy has in the chat. Identify the man named John Foley of Triari out of Chicago. And let me tell you something about John Foley. You see, when the scandal started, how we monitor them things there now? When it started, there was no mention on his website about his involvement in any transportation, buses or anything like that. Guess what? If you go look on it today now, he put it up saying involved in buying and selling buses. That never did it. That was not there before, right? That was not there back in July when the scandal broke. And now we see it. So we know him try to cover him tracks, but that's easy because we know when him make the change. We know when he make the change. So that is not a problem. But tomorrow, today, I will have a complete background done on John Foley. And speaking of complete background, there's a parliamentarian out in eastern Jamaica. We have completed a 200-page background on this person. It's not pretty. Mystic, we have to talk. We have to talk. It's not pretty. Because, and this have to come out. This have to come out like within the next few days. But we have it. We have it.
Let us bring in Sister Spinks in the space now, because we have Sister Spinks
right.
just on the reserve there. Let us
Yeah.
bring in Spinks. Yes, Brother Ratty, we have it up. Must start. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Uncle Byron, for bringing me in. The clip we saw a while ago with the missing mirror. I just want to find out one question here. Can these bus drivers be charged for driving these buses with missing mirrors? I mean, are they given a ticket, and what's the cost of the ticket, and who pays that ticket, the government or the driver? Um, the dealership procurement, we have seen the lies that Vaz have told. I listened to that interview, and Vaz said the cabinet approved, or Shang said the cabinet did not approve. So they're conflicting stories. And for someone to be Minister of Transport, remember, that Vaz is the only Minister of Transport who has had an airport, Tanksas Airport, Montego Bay, that has had potholes on our runway in his tenure as Minister of Transport. The airport had to shut down for 3 days to fix the runway. Now, when you think of the hypocrisy of the school bus system, didn't we have Daryl Vaz advocating for the ban on single plastics in Jamaica for environmental reasons?
Yes.
Didn't he do that a couple of years ago? And even in one of these latest debates, one of his cronies mentioned that we are not environmentally friendly,
Mm-hmm.
right? And how can you bring buses in the country that will be a disaster to our environment? Make that make sense to us. I'm trying to make that make sense to us. The other question, or the other concern I have is that interview with Daryl Vaz there. He mentioned about a group of people traveling from Jamaica to go overseas to look on these buses. Was Daryl Vaz part of the group that went there? Because I did not get that from the interview, or I'm misunderstanding something right here. Because and if he did not go, why didn't he go? Because if you're purchasing something normally, you would travel to the source of the thing that you're going to buy, inspect the thing you're going to buy, pay for it, and then ship it, right? Because you're supposed to be Minister of Transport. If there's a problem with his transport documents, is that the
Yeah.
reason he did not travel with the group to go to America to inspect these buses before making these purchases?
I see
Did
where
he
you're
buy
going.
did he buy them blind?
See where you're going. Good
These
question.
are the questions we need to ask about the situation. You understand me? And we're talking about 10 to 15-year-old buses. I mean, I said it from the verb many months ago, we need to convert these buses either into classrooms,
Mm-hmm.
food trucks,
Mm-hmm.
chicken coops, like how Juliet giving away chickens now, 25 I hear, chicken baby chicks with half bag of chicken feed. Chicken food our pig pens.
Yes.
Or we can throw them along the reef to make them into coral, like coral grow under them, and then tourists can come and dive and a tourist attraction. What purpose do they serve? You understand? And let me remind Jamaica, I think there's a law about importing things for education to be free.
Mm-hmm.
So if the buses are school buses, why are we paying import duties on them?
Mm-hmm.
It does not make any sense. If our computers and books are imported free, why the buses are not imported free if they're there to help the children? You see, all of this emergency, as Ratigan said, is for election emergency,
Yes.
right? And even when in the debate a while ago, when Tufton was talking about the health sector being the center and blah, blah, blah. The health is the center of what? They're stealing. The education is also the center of their stealing and conning us. And these two ministries are the two most important ministries in Jamaica right now. Our health and our education. And it's been used time and time again over the past 9 years to rob us blind and to con us one thing after another thing. I'm tired. I'm tired of it. And then when this woman, Miss Dixon, clueless, is talking about food programs, what about the past programs that you have over there where children eating bread and what? Bread and butter for lunch under this GLP administration? And I keep saying, and I will say it again, if you are in government, why are you making promises to us now? 1 week, 2 weeks before election. What you should be giving us is your list of realistic accomplishments. We don't want to hear any more promises. We don't want to hear any more plans that you have for the future after next week. We want to hear what you did 9 years ago, 8 years ago. And I will ask again, voters, when you look in your constituency right now, ask the GLP member of parliament that is in charge of your constituency, what did they do with the $20 million that's assigned to them as the constituency fund? I will not stop asking that question. Because when you look at Hero Clark being sick and he had to go overseas to get treatment, if our health care was so good, tough done, why did he have to go overseas? Hero Clark lived up the road, not too far from me. And I'm telling you this, why is it we don't have water in our pipes every day until nomination day? This is what we're voting for. This is what we live in. And when we think about the letter that Uncle Baron put out earlier and slambast the bloggers, I saw another version of it with the GLP logo. But let me tell these bloggers out there this.
Exactly.
It's not hard to find the source of the information. Everything leaves a digital footprint on the internet. And all a person has to do is to go over to the GLP platforms and check if the press release is true or not, if it's fake or not. So listen, and there are people out here like myself. We have been blogging for 6 years. We have enough experience to know whether you're a PNP blogger or a GLP blogger. We know what is fake information. We have common sense. We have natural intelligence. What, why, where, when, and how. We can find anything we want to find on the internet. Stop trying to pull these pranks and publicity stunts. It's not working. We have a comrade leader right now whose mantra is integrity boss. Integrity boss. And I would implore all my PNP bloggers to live up to that standard. Lift your standard up to his standard and represent integrity and honesty. Just like how we on this platform represent integrity and honesty with information, please do so. Leave the other people over there to do whatever they want to do. Because even since night, I heard Uncle Barron mention Oral Wallace. Oral Wallace and I take on each other every time on Facebook, you know. He has nothing to offer. Every time he blog something out there, it's just embarrassing his party. You understand me? So, you know, it's not anybody to argue with. And I implore my voters, remember this Friday, it's for the EOJ workers, soldiers, and police to go out there and vote. Next week, Wednesday, is for us, candidates and other voters. And use your head and vote for the head. All right? All right. I yield Uncle Byron.
All right, Jamaica, I am going to show you something that someone just sent me the information. And when I look at the information, I validate it to be true. So we know when time certain information sent to us and we look at it, right? And when we do certain research for a certain footprint, we know certain things is fake. You understand? Now, let me show you, right, a true information. Now, Jamaica, let me say this. The Jamaica Labour Party had let down the Police Federation again. And so then, this is what a true information, right, of a document look like. Let me give that example. Bring up the document. So the Jamaica Labour Party had let down. Now, look at this. This is a true document. This was sent to me. If you notice, right, we can authenticate this document. Jamaica Police Federation, memorandum number 6, to rank and file members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force from the Central Committee, Jamaica Police Federation, date August 26, 2025. Subject, salary negotiation 2025 to 2027. Meeting with Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, ISAT. The Jamaica Police Federation met with Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Finance and the Public Service and technocrats to continue the salary negotiation for the contract period 2025 to 2027. It is important to note that Honorable Dr. Horace Strong, Minister of National Security, was also in attendance. Minister Williams confirmed that there has been an assessment of the respective allowances from the salary proposal during consultation meeting with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Minister of National Security and Commissioner of Police. She indicated that the High Command will lead the development of a policy framework surrounding allowances for a rank and file member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. I take time and take them and take with themselves, because they're not going to honor it. You understand? She promised that a formal letter will be prepared and sent to the Jamaica Police Federation on Wednesday, August 27, 2025. When you watch this now, look at the last paragraph. She stated that consultation meetings are still ongoing and a formal offer in consideration of the points of claim will be forthcoming to the Jamaica Police Federation after the completion of the consultation process and allowances. The Central Committee received an invitation to attend a meeting with Dr. Kevin Blake, Commissioner of Police, and team for, look at the generalship now, people, Thursday, September 4, 2005, after them know they're not going to government. Yes, it's
one day before the vote.
They know very well. One day after. They know very well that they are not going to honor this. So them leave it now. You understand? Then take a left turn because of the People's National Party to deal with this. And this is what the original letter looks like. You see here, respectfully, you see this signature, Arlene McBean, Sergeant Chairman. People, let me say this. I use this letter to show you that these fake letters that going around with vloggers' name to say vloggers this to make, you understand? Let me tell you something. That is fake. Don't pay no attention to it. Right? Nothing of it. Look at the grammar, right? And remember, there is no signature. There is no signature to back it. You understand? We don't deal with fake around here. We are real people. And for people who embedded themselves in this fake, let me warn you, don't send, you understand? Don't send No more document. You understand? To me, I want to clear and clear because it's going to send any more document to me. You understand? The thing Shami I go say no, not gonna like it, you know. All right.
Prison.
Now, let me show you something. Now, watch this, my Jamaican people. I'm going to show you a culture with Daryl Vaz and Daryl Vaz criminality. People, it is the same Daryl Vaz that employ Keisha Mack. And Keisha Mack rob up the place. Daryl Vaz have this culture that Daryl Vaz has to be controlled. He has to be disciplined. Let us get to Keisha Mack letter writing to Daryl Vaz for the job. And just look, let us get to Keisha Mack resume. Irving Heights, Montego Bay, St. James, October 15, 2021. The chairman, Montego Bay Metro Company Limited, Bogue Industrials Estate, White Sands Beach, PO, Montego Bay, St. James. Dear sir, madam, re-application for general manager position. She applied for this position and she doesn't have the qualification of people. That is the first thing we need to know. That tell of Daryl Vaz corruption, you know. As per advertisement in the Western Mirror, dated Friday, October 15, 2021, I hereby apply for the position of general manager within your organization. You understand? Because she vlog, right? Them tell them, say, apply, man. We will give you the job because you have vlogged for the Jamaican Labour Party. This is how taxpayers' money spending on. Right? I possess the requisite skills to lead and mobilize a team to ensure that the organization goals and objectives are met. Additionally, I am a self-motivated, honest, hardworking, and reliable individual who believes that I will be an asset to your establishment. Hence, I am confident that if given the opportunity, right, the company's expectations will be met, thus creating the opportunity for further growth and development of the organization. This is what she's saying. Attaches a copy of my resume, which gives further details of my abilities and experience. Your favorable response is anticipated, and I will be able to attend an interview at any time convenient to you. Now, our information. Now, let us look on our career objective. An experienced, self-motivated professional with over 10 years of experience in business management who possesses sound leadership skills and abilities that can successfully lead a team to achieve the organizational goals and objectives. I am going to find out if you achieve the organizational goals and objective. Now, objective, to make a positive contribution to an organization that has a vision to grow the value of the goods and services it provides, which includes the development of its employees who will have an integral role to play in making its vision success. Skill summary: decision-making ability, analytical skills, strategic and budgetary planning, innovative thinking, leadership skills, sound interpersonal and communication skill, personal management skill, professional trainer, knowledge of logistics, radio broadcaster, motivational speaker, author/writer. What's our education? CICA International University and Seminar 2018 to 2019. Right, seminary. Leverage Leadership University 2016 to 2018. Delaware State University 2016 to 2016. Let's look one that. Delaware State University 2016 to 2016. Industrial Security Professional Training Center Limited 2016 to 2016. Right, so she have got them two places one time in she have got yesterday and she have got yesterday same 2016. University College of Caribbean 2003 to 2006. Brownstone Community College, right, 1980 to 2001. I don't look for them something. I don't look for them madness of people. Experience, right? Radio broadcaster, coal assets supervisor, station manager, regional manager, Western service stations. right? Now, ensure company policies and guidelines. Let me not go down at the bottom here, so, because achievement qualities, right? Qualification, right? 1999, 2001 Association of Accounting Technician, Cash and Credit Financial Accounts, right? Diploma in Accounting, right? 2003, 2006 Associate of Science degree in Business Administration with credits. Professional Training Certificate, Advanced Certificate in the Workplace, Archer Certificate, Certificate in Jamaica Program, Masters in Ministry, pending, right? 2016, 2019, right? Doctorate in Ministry, pending. No.
So how you math, getting abbetted or your doctorate pending?
Pure foolishness. No, take it away. Look, you're going to show something. Foolishness and madness. And these are the things that we talk about in terms of robbing taxpayers' money, you know. No, watch this now. You know what you know? You know what you do now when you get the word? Put on the next document. Daryl Vaz, you need to come talk about this.
No, before you put up the thing there, she Delaware University, at the university, the prime minister will get the free degree, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So she bought hers too. She bought hers too.
She paid for her too. So what's some people? What's the dilemma you know when she get the job? What's the dilemma now when Daryl Vaz bringing the thief here? You know what's this? People, what's the dilemma now? What's it now? She's the manager now, and what's the dilemma now? Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunication and Transport. Montego Bay Metro Special Audit Final Report. No, audit now the panel. No, watch it now, people. Look on this. We just go down in it right away. We not hesitate, we not itch. Right? Not itch. We just go upon the audit. The special audit was conducted during the period February 1 to March 2022, right, 2024, and encompassed the review of records and documents, interview of persons, and inspection of facilities related to the following areas. Right? Now, let us just get into the findings. You know what I know, people, at the audit this. You know, look at Keisha Mac. Do the place. Now look at the criteria. These are the criteria. Right? So we are going to the criteria. Criteria number 1. Look at Keisha Mac do, Jamaica people. When Daryl Vaz employ. Compliance with Government of Jamaica Corporate Governance Framework and Public Bodies Management Act. Partially met, not met. These stick the people, not met. And here why not met? No corporate secretary appointed. No board minutes not signed by chairman. No board meeting in 3 months. Strategic plan, operational plan, and budget have no evidence of board approval or review. Ineffective board committees. No self-evaluation done for the board. No documented and approved SOP. Unauthorized changes to the MOF and P prescribed reporting structure. Look at the level of criminality. Now, see them give her, look at the advice now. The recommendation. Look at the risk rating. High. This is what Keisha Makin, don't want the people in place. They are level of corruption. When they are bad, employ Keisha Mac. You understand? To go corrupt this place there now. You know what this now? Recommendation. The current MBN board of directors in support of good governance should move with alacrity to ensure the board is properly constituted, staffed and operated effectively, perform the self-evaluation annually, perform performance evaluation for the general manager annually, ensure that SOPs are completed, approved and implemented. The organizational structure should be returned to the design laid down by the MOF and P. Right? Any future changes should be approved by the Minister of Finance and Planning prior to being implemented. Now, look what Keisha Mac got what the people in place. Look what Keisha Mac got what the people in place. So now look at our people. Compliance with FAA Act and instruction regarding the maintenance of government bank account. And in a discussion, I'm going. You know what you know? Partially met. What you know? Not met. You know what your people? What's your destruction? You understand what Father Daryl Vaz? Ineffective bank reconciliation control. Unreviewed and undated bank reconciliation. You know you them corruption, yeah? Inaccurate bank reconciliation, you know? Late lodgement of funds up to 4 years late. Depletion of over 25 million in project funds with no significant projects undertaken. These are the things that Daryl Vaz set up in criminals to do. More show the evidence, you know. Recommendation for that. Management should ensure that bank reconciliation and all similar controls bear the signature of the preparer and the date of preparation. All should be subject to timely and effective review and should be signed and dated by the reviewer as evidence of same. No wonder why the brother have to run, man. A separate bank account should be created to prevent commingling and allow for the proper accountability and transparency in the use of project funds. You know, look at now, people. You think the corruption done yet? Watch out now. Compliance with the duty of care per occupational health and safety. Dilapidated workshop placing life and property in danger left unaddressed. Now, Keisha Mack say she's an asset. And if you employ her, she's going to make, right, the place as it relates to being professional. Right? Now, watch this now. Management is encouraged to give due priority to the health and safety to staff and to act in a manner which safeguard the assets of the entity. Mighty God. Now watch this now, people. I hear to the thief in there. I hear to the thief in there. Compliance with the reporting requirements and real procurement. Honestly, why? You understand what that person, the chief engineer person, has to take flight and gone. Honestly, them bang around your people. Now, 89.5 million in contracts, each exceeding 500,000 not reported, you know, to the Office of the Contractor General Integrity Commission, you know. Keisha Mack, when the people have money there. Daryl Vaz and Keisha Mack, when the people have money. Now, it is recommended that management ensure all contracts that exceeded 500,000 is reported to Integrity Commission as per Integrity Commission. Mighty goodness, man. I want to watch now, people. You think it done yet? Watch out. Compliance with the FFA Act and instruction regarding the control, receipt, and payment of government funds. You know what I know, people? Watch what Keisha Mack go do at the people in place. Payments made without purchase order. Hey, right, you know hear this? Payment made without purchase order. No bang around this, man. I them a something mash up JUTC. I them a something Daryl Vaz allowed to happen. JUTC have been losing over 13.4 billion. This is what Daryl Vaz is responsible for. And I talk about people about mine. Missing payments from GL. Payment requisition process without signature of the general manager. Right? 3 accounts, 25 accounting officer, 185. Deductions taken from staff for cash shortages, reimbursement to them through petty cash. Nearly 2 million in approved charters. Unapproved, you know. 50% of all charters. Of the deposit slips totaling 2.6 million. Missing second corroborating signature in a people. 33% of them. 33% of the deposit slips totaling 2.6 million. Missing second corroborating signature. Start lodgement of collections. Late lodgement of collections. Pattern of late non-recovery shortages. 113 days to 3 years. 500,000 in unverified root collections over 2 months. When this is a Daryl Vaz, hey, look here. Let me tell you something. September 3rd, the case come. To the conclusion, based on the audit work done, there was observed to be a widespread breakdown of internal control environment of the Montego Bay Metro, due primarily to absence of adequate oversight and direction at all levels within the organization. At Daryl Vaz, at the head, the current operation as observed do not reflect the principles of efficiency, effectiveness, and economy. As a result, material errors, misstatements, and control breaches may exist beyond the transactions and area samples in this audit. Take it away. Let me quickly go through.
Hold on, Mystic. Hold on. Move it up. Let me see. Mystic, just move it up, Lady Anne Marie. Just move it up a little bit. Let me see the recommendation. If they, yeah, let me see if they do a surcharge.
1.8.
Okay, right,
yeah.
The job description.
We recommend that the board, with the support of the ministry, move immediately to resolve the discard within the management team, clarifying the roles and responsibility of each member. This is disgraceful enough. Daryl Vaz, this is disgraceful enough. Clear job descriptions complete with specific, measurable, and time-bound deliverables should be established for each employee. Clear and effective channels of communication should be established between the line staff. Daryl Vaz no want that. Daryl Vaz are using badness. You understand? To take the taxpayers' money. Each employee. Clear and effective channels of communication should be established between the line staff, middle management, general manager, and the board to ensure accountability, transparency, and efficient resolution and containment of issues and concerns. The various subcommittees of the board should be reinstituted to provide the levels of effective monitoring and direction needed to create accountability. Daryl Vaz no want that. JUTC crippled under Daryl Vaz, and you understand? So we are telling about the large, trust me, yo, it just sick. Take away this document. Let us just go 3 minutes around the panel. Let us begin with Lady Pinks. All right, come in terms of this. Let us bring in Pinks.
How boy, Uncle Byron. I don't want to. I'm not laughing because I'm in agreement with what she's doing. I'm laughing because it's ridiculous how the laborers cannot see what we are seeing. You know, we are sober over here, and we are not drunk. And to see for 3 months you are in charge of a place and you don't even have a board meeting for 3 months straight. Millions going there, and she did the opposite of what she claimed, what she wrote on her application letter. And when you think of how Daryl Vaz had access to the GLP account at SSL, to be able to have access to that account, use that money for his personal business. It looks as if Daryl Vaz has access to monies that other ministers don't have access to.
You're right.
Because here is it. He can put his hand in over here, take out 25, put his hand over there, 1.4 billion, put his hand over there, money in the SSL, pays the daughter's school fee in America. Why is Daryl Vaz giving such easy access to money? So I'm asking this question. I mean, when a person wants a company or owns a company, or even any government entity, normally it takes around 2 to 3 signatures before money can be okay to be spent. So how come Daryl Vaz have this free access like he's some firstborn, spoiled child, brat behavior? Why is Andrew Holness allowing this man to have access to our money?
That's the question. Because
If the cabinet did not give you the 1.4, how did you get it? JUTC doesn't have it. I mean, Keisha Max took 25 million and other monies out of there out of one office. Is this what is happening in all the offices across the island? Daryl Vaz, if we check every metro office, is this what is happening in every metro office? 25 here, 25 there, 20 there, 10 over there, go missing? Is this how all the managers of the metro companies conduct business? This is why I can't wait until next week, Wednesday, when we have power and we can audit these things,
There you go.
You see, how the money come. Girl, did you buy your degree from Delaware too? I have to ask because Andrew got his DPL there. I mean, since Delaware is selling university, selling degrees, how much is one? I mean, every Jamaican must can afford to have a degree by now, because I've come across people who tell me they have a degree when by communicating with them, they can realize that they're lying about their qualifications.
Exactly.
I've come across that so many times, especially in social media spaces, right? So are people buying degrees from all over
All right,
to
Sphinx.
get jobs? To get jobs? Where?
All right.
I yield the floor, Uncle Byron.
Okay, all right. Melting Pot, you're on. You're 3 minutes.
Well, I opened the show earlier on using the word normalization.
Yes.
As it relates to corruption. And it's a normal pattern that runs through the Jamaica Labour Party. And we see where certain players use it so frequently that everywhere them go, you see the high level of corruption and theft. Because for sure, Keisha Mack was appointed by Daryl Vaz to work for Daryl Vaz, not for Jamaica, not for the ministry. Is the minister of. So he used Keisha to pilfer the taxpayers' money. And this is why we see much irregularities in what she did. But if you look at her resume to begin with, it could never even, go anywhere of such importance. Keisha Mack's resume is a resume where you can't employ her in the hotel as a team leader. Because she says she good with people, But just sweep and clean and make up bed. With Daryl Vaz, Peter Mack in a sensitive ministry where money flow through. You understand? And them use them system where him use with him permanent secretary and the cabinet secretary as it relates to him 1.4 billion. And we see people are running left the place. You understand? And quite a few people who serve in that capacity as, permanent secretary. We see them gone. Dunstan Brian lift up too. You understand? If you notice people have nothing to do with the finance, them lift up. Nigel Clark lift up too. Quite a few of them lift up. But them did get high increase recently. And we know where the politician get for them money, them increase, The permanent secretary, them get increase as well. So everybody did up on a fat salary. But how come the job not important to them anymore? Them a leave. Because them know the high level of corruption and them sister them party is a losing party in the upcoming general election. And them know what will be the repercussion. So people start to take with themselves. People start to lift up like back in the days when Michael Manley, when the PSOJ people let me that leave back to Miami every Monday. Because me I'll tell them, you see that eat here we are going to take them. Yo, it's hot on the lava where continue to spew in a Montserrat. You understand? This year eat we are going to take them and ask in this year. Them a high profile criminal where we have. That eat here hotter than the Montserrat lava. Because we have people in front of the justice.
as it relates to the signal. All right, Brother Rattigan, close the show. You have 3 minutes.
I'll tell you what, I really don't need 3 minutes. Much less than that. The debate says it all for me, and I hope that lots of people watch that debate, because that debate is a microcosm of all the issues affecting Jamaica right now under this administration. They have no clue where they're going. It's like a rudderless ship, and that's on one level. Another level, you have corruption, lots of corruption, and they can't run away from it. As much as they try to distance themselves and say, well, the PNP had it, people don't buy that argument, because the argument is that from 2016, we're not talking about PNP no more, because there's a JLP running things. So they've said it, that this is an election based on performance, or should be based on performance. And you should take them at the word, and you should do like exactly what they're asking you to do. Just look at their performance. Go back and look at their, well, even if you don't have the time to look at their manifesto, just look at tonight's debate. Look at the one on Saturday, and you'll see clear and convincingly that if you vote your conscience, if you vote against corruption, the PNP is going to be in power, because we just can't take any more of this. It's just, how much more can the people take? It's almost like every 2 weeks, every week, sometimes every day is a different scandal. And, no one is saying that the PNP was never involved in a scandal, but not to this degree and not this brazen. These people are doing it right in front of your eyes in broad daylight, as if they don't care. Look at the bus thing, and then them come out and defend it to the hilt. Minister Vaz going to run up on a tour called the Bad Mind Tour or something like that. I hope him doing it at his own expense. I hope it's not the taxpayers' money my using to do this tour, because that is just rubbing salt into the wound. So I just want to thank you for having me on again tonight. I want to thank the wonderful panelists, of course, Pinks and Melting Pot, and the wonderful audience, people who have stayed with us. I say a lot of people still with us. So yes. just want to thank them for that. And we're doing it, people, with a purpose in mind. We're not doing this because we just feel like doing it. We're doing it because we want to bring the information to you so that you can be informed voters. And all of you sitting on the fence, all the people sitting on the fence, I hope tonight is an eye-opener for you that will make you decide tonight that, listen, we cannot have this government continue. And there's ample reason for it. So, Mr. Lady, right. Thanks.
Thank you. There you have it. Let me just hand over to Wifey for the closing statement and so forth. Thank you, Brother Ratty. Thank you, panel. Love it.
Okay, as usual, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate each and every one. And time is drawing nigh, so remember, each one help one. If there's someone who needs to go and vote and is not able to make it and you're able to help them along, please do so. We need to be our brothers and sisters keepers from now and always. So guys, come out in your numbers on September 3rd. Make sure you go out there. Every vote counts. This election is a very important one. So every single vote counts. Don't take anything for granted. And with that being said, I'm just going to wish everyone a blessed night and a blessed morning for those who are past midnight. And thank you so much for tuning in. Until we see you again on Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon. And Rattigan will be on tomorrow night. So make sure you go over and support Mr. Rattigan as well, and all the other platform that is out there, working on behalf of the people and on behalf of Jamaica. Until such time, bless up, safe travel on the gravel.
I don't want you come to me with that foolishness, You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right kind of stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.